work and parenting, that has been quite a different job, something that I didn't expect. But I think just in terms of more about myself, I grew up in a small farm town called Glencoe in the northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. And in that town, education was always a key priority because it was a very small-knit community. And being the son of a teacher, at a very early age, I saw education as being very important. So when I finished school, I pursued a tertiary education, and just having the love of numbers made me pursue a degree in accounting. And I've married for 14 years. In fact, my wife is also originally from Swaziland. So it's quite an interesting journey. I've been in Johannesburg for the last 20 years, both in terms of my tertiary education and my working career. And as honorable members would see from my CV, I spent a large part of my career in the accounting and the auditing profession. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Now, we are going to allow honorable members who pose questions to yourself, sir. And we will ask Ms. Honorable Spies to please come forward and raise your question, please, honorable member. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, it is commonly known that the Auditor-General's office is a Chapter 9 institution, an institution that is viewed as extremely important because it ensures that fiscal management and controls are in place. And obviously, as Parliament, we as members of Parliament view that institution as extremely important. In the light of that office being a reputable institution for over 100 years since its inception, and considering the recent amendments to its founding legislation, what do you think should be the critical focus areas for the next decade?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaks. Can Mr. Khan please respond to the question? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaks. The Auditor-General has enormous strengths. I think we've seen in the past the integrity of the reporting both to Parliament and to decision makers like the executive. It's really about building on those strengths and building on that legacy. The Auditor-General's mandate comes directly from the Constitution, and the Constitution is quite clear that the mandate is around auditing and reporting to Parliament. Their function has been augmented by the recent amendments to the Public Audit Act, and this gives the Auditor-General a lot more in terms of the tools that it can utilize in managing and overseeing public finances. From my observations, I think where we would want to see the state going forward is that over a period of time and being in a very public finance role, we need to move the state from being very compliance-driven to more performance-driven. And I'd like to illustrate that maybe using a very simple example. In my early years as a CFO, a request came before me for the procurement of a fridge, and the amount on that request was 15,000 rand. And I called the head of supply chain and I showed him a newspaper pamphlet indicating that the price of this fridge is nothing more than 5,000 rand. His response was that we have followed a very open process, in accordance with the procurement rules, and this is the outcome of that procurement process. So from my observation and from my experience, we have to fundamentally move the state from being very compliance-driven to more performance management-driven. And the Auditor-General has a huge role in actually driving the state, because what we would want to see is the state being more a capable developmental state, because that's where we want to see the future of South Africa. And what I would like to see from the Auditor-General and what the Auditor-General can use is something called a performance audit. Performance audit is something that's within their mandate. It's one of the tools that have been given to them. But what we've seen, and in my studies of other audit officers globally, you can see that the tool of performance audit is used a lot more, or have been integrated a lot more as part of the regularity audit function. And in a performance audit, you're not checking purely compliance, but you're actually checking whether the objectives of the state is being met, the goals of the state are being met. And here you're actually looking at value for money. And normally we hear about the 3 E's. It's around economy, effectiveness, and efficiency. And literally we're looking at economy, whether we're buying the right product at the right price and the right quality. Efficiency is the relationship between inputs and outputs. And effectiveness is whether we were achieving the objectives. In the more mature environments around the world, we're seeing that there's a strong drive towards performance auditing. It's because that is where we see the value of audit. And that can literally change the behavior of numerous programs within the state. There's also been a shift towards something called the 5 E's, which is it's an alternative model. It's also looking at areas around equity, which is around the fairness, and also looking at the environment, because the environment is a big part of where we live in. So we can use different tools within the Auditor-General's toolbox to actually make a difference, rather than it being purely a compliance type of audit. Technology is another key lever, and between technology and also investigations, those elements can literally be brought into a regularity audit, and these tools can literally enhance the value proposition of an audit. So within the next 100 years, where I'd like to see the Auditor-General and how it's positioned, I think changing fundamentally the mindset of the state from being very compliance-driven to performance management-driven. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kyle. I will now give over to Honorable Vessels for him to pose his question. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. South Africa is facing severe challenges, and even prior to COVID-19, we have faced severe challenges and are facing them still. And it has just been enhanced and made worse by the pandemic and by COVID-19. What and how do you see the role of the Auditor-General to address some of these challenges and to strengthen democracy in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vensel. Go back to Mr. Khan. Thanks.
Thank you for that question. From my experience, auditing and the Auditor-General plays a key role in building a capable state. And what do I mean by a capable state? A state that is free of corruption, and a state that is delivering on its constitutional mandate. Fraud, corruption, mismanagement of funds extracts an enormous amount from this economy. we have seen that there has been numerous studies, both locally and abroad, trying to quantify this cost of corruption on the economy. And we've seen that if we don't tackle this purge of corruption, it's going to really have a huge burden on this economy. What we've seen as well is that these challenges that we are facing is not unique to South Africa. Other audit officers globally are facing very similar challenges like fraud, corruption, and mismanagement of funds. And what those officers have done is they've used the tools that are available to them to actually make a difference and make a dent in some of these challenges we are facing. As I've indicated before, performance audit is a very useful tool in looking at how programs can be better enhanced to drive the goals of the state. For me, I think the key thing is around how do we utilize the tools that are available within the audit office. These tools come directly from the Constitution and have been further enhanced by the amendments to the Public Audit Act. So in responding to that question, I would say, for number one, technology and data can be utilized a lot more in the audit office. As we've seen in the digital world, big data comes with enormous analytical and would come with a large number of analytical strengths, and with this data comes power. We've witnessed that the Auditor-General is one of the biggest aggregators of data in the state. And on a daily basis, auditors go into the field and they collect huge amounts of data as part of their audit work. And this data can provide very useful insights, both to Parliament, to the decision makers like the executives, but also to the audit teams. So this is a very important tool because with technology, and as we've seen in the digital world, technology is a lever to progress. The second one is around the investigations teams. So the Auditor-General has an investigation unit, and I would say that we need to possibly increase the 5% of resources that's been allocated to the investigations unit. We need to make the Auditor-General as strong as a player like other investigative units in the state. The third element is around the new powers. As part of the new powers, the Auditor-General can refer any material irregularities detected to investigative agencies. So these are the powers and these are the tools that the Auditor-General can utilize to address some of the shortcomings we've seen in the past and some of the shortcomings we've seen currently during the pandemic. It's really about repositioning and using these tools to make a change to some of the challenges we are currently facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. Thank you for your response. I'm giving over to Honorable Singh for him to pose his question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Khan. It's good to see a KwaZulu-Natalian, a banana boy amongst us. I think the only one. Not that it's going to influence my thinking in any way for my colleagues. I know Glencoe very well. Yeah, Mr. Khan, you know, auditing is a noble profession. And so we all think. Yet, amongst the auditors and some firms of auditors, there are those that are ignoble or dishonorable. And I think that became evident recently during the findings of some of the audit companies and the way they conducted themselves in the Zondo Commission and, you know, in reports to SOEs. Now, the Office of the Auditor-General being the largest employer of CAs in the country, what influence, if you are appointed Auditor-General, do you think that the AG can have on restoring trust and confidence, public trust and confidence in the profession. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Mr. Khan.
Thank you for the question. The challenges in the profession are quite well known, and I think it comes about there being a huge expectation gap between what the public wants and what the auditors are actually doing. As the public has become more and more aware of fraud, both in the private sector and in the public sector, there's been a continuous call for auditors to actually be the partners to actually address and detect these issues. The Auditor-General, in my opinion, can play a much bigger role. In fact, I would say that the Auditor-General can play as big as a role as some of the Regulatory Board of Auditors in actually regulating the profession. The challenges literally comes around there being certain instances of integrity, independence being breached. It has come around that the auditors have not duly completed their assignments with the necessary professional skepticism, and I think it comes down to the Auditor General, who's possibly the biggest employer of auditors in the state, because the Auditor General has a very significant lever. The Auditor General, on an annual basis, contracts out close to 600 million rand to audit firms. And I think the Auditor General can use such levers to ensure that audit firms, big or small, are compliant with the basic principles of being an auditor. That is independent, impartial, and objective. So I think for me, the Auditor General can really play a huge role, as much as we have a regulator, in actually regulating the auditors and the profession as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. That makes us to move from Honorable Singh to Honorable De Villiers. Can you please pose your question, Honorable De Villiers, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Khan. You've already touched on the importance of the independence of the Auditor General, and just following on what my colleague has just asked you, I would like to say, if it is so important that the Auditor General's office must be independent, what would you do to safeguard this position if you were to become the new Auditor General? How would you essentially protect the office of the AG against something like state capture or losing or being captured in any form?
Thank you very much, Honorable De Villiers. When you go to Mr. Khan, can you please respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable De Villiers. If you look globally at other audit offices, the cornerstone of their very existence is independence and impartiality. And as the Auditor General, or the South African Auditor General, we have been quite fortunate that these principles are entrenched in our Constitution. And literally what it means is that the Auditor General, when it comes to independence and impartiality, it's only subject to the Constitution and the laws of the country. It cannot be answerable to anyone else. From my observations, the Auditor General plays a very important role in holding the executive accountable. And the only way it can do this is through being independent. And independence means independent in fact and in appearance. the Auditor General has a fundamental compact with the South African citizens and public, and not with the government of the day. And the reason why I say that is that it being a constitutional institution, it's completely independent from the government of the day. In order for us to continuously ensure that this noble office continues in this journey, we need to ensure that all of us, both as the public, as a parliament, and as all role players, we need to ensure that this is protected. So from a parliamentary perspective, I think the honourable members play a huge important role in ensuring that the Auditor General is completely independent. But I think from an Auditor General's office itself, there are certain requirements that can be, there are certain requirements that's at play. Number one, it's the policies and procedures that's within the office to ensure that all the auditors that come into the system are free of any political affiliation, free of any conflict of interest, and literally they are able to do and perform the functions of the audit office. Secondly, on each audit assignment, there is something called a conflict of interest, where for every individual client, the Auditor General has to indicate whether there's any conflict of interest, whether there's a familiarity threat, whether there's any family members working in the company that the auditor is auditing. But those are the systems that can be put in place within the Auditor General's office, both as an office and also on each engagement. As a last point, I would say that another way of dealing with this is to ensure that there's rotations amongst the audit teams that are doing audit assignments. You'll also see in the broader profession that there's something called mandatory rotations. So even as an audit firm, you cannot audit a client for many years. The regulator, the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, are now forcing that after a certain number of years, the auditors must be rotated so that any threats like independence will be dealt with by a change of auditors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan, for your response. We'll go now over to Honorable Somyo for you to pose your questions, sir. Thank you, Honorable Somyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Khan. As part of my question, I know that you would probably be worried, as many South Africans are, that the country, during the time when it's experiencing hardship which has been caused by the pandemic, COVID-19, the state has made it that there should be some intervention made to save the lives and to impact on the available livelihood, to ensure that our own people would be taken out of areas which are bringing them to stark poverty. While that has been the case, there's been others who have seen time to benefit individually or severally through corruption and fraud, where huge amounts through the processes of procurement were lost out of the state coffers. As the Auditor General, your own practice through your own conduct in terms of the current audits, you come at the tail end of such a situation. But the agency is for all state institutions, inclusive of Chapter 9 institutions, to intervene currently to fight this kind of a scourge. What do you think could be so seminal in dealing with such a scenario, if you were fortunate to be appointed as the Auditor-General, in acting now without waiting for a closure of the financial year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Somyo. I then go back to Mr. Singh. I'm sorry to Mr. Mr. Khan. So the case at end, guys, now. No, thank you. My apologies. Mr. Khan, can you please come to respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Somyo, for the question. COVID-19, as we've seen, has placed an enormous demand on most governments, not just the South African government, but worldwide. It's something very real, and I'm sure most of us have experienced either a loss in some kind or another. It's, number one, dealing with the health response, but linked to that is also the economic response. And what we've seen come to the fore is that there's been numerous allegations across the board. What we need to ensure is that every rand of taxpayers' money is spent in a constitutionally sound manner and in accordance with the laws of our country. At the heart of this response in most governments is procurement. And procurement is possibly one of the area which is most prone to manipulation and fraud. And the question that Honorable Somyo is posing, it's about how do we proactively deal with that. As an audit office, it will be too late when the President has already announced a 500 billion rand package to deal as part of the economic response and the health response. It will be too late coming a year down the line to say that these are the things that have gone or could have gone wrong or have gone wrong. It's all about using the tools that the audit office has to bring out insights that can help Parliament, that can help the decision makers to ensure that our response to the pandemic reaches its intended target. And within this toolbox of the Auditor-General, there are numerous ways to address this. And the first one is risk assessments. So the Auditor-General can do these risk assessments quite early on, just to understand the systems that are being used to actually procure these services and whether these systems are fit and proper. The Auditor-General, through these risk assessments, can identify the type of preventative and deterrent controls that can be implemented to ensure that the monies are being spent in a constitutionally sound manner. As an audit office, they are quite privileged in the sense that they've got a lot of the state's data and they have access to a lot of the state data. And being one of the biggest aggregators of data in the state, they could use that data in a way that could provide very useful insights to the state so that they can proactively deal with some of this. We've seen in other countries the Auditor-General's offices playing a huge role as part of this response to the pandemic. There's been numerous guides in some of the other audit offices around some of the basic tools that can be utilized. And this has been predominantly in the procurement space, because one thing that we tend to get wrong as a state is in the area of procurement. And I think the Auditor-General, noting that it's independent, it cannot be seen to be formulating any policy on behalf of the state, but it can play a very prominent role in ensuring that this 500 billion package is utilized in a manner that makes a huge dent or makes a huge impact in terms of both our health response and our economic response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. We'll come to Honorable Peters for her to pose a question. Over to you, Honorable Peters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, what challenges do you anticipate in the implementation of the Public Audit Act amendments and regulations? And what mitigation strategies do you propose, as well as which proactive approaches do you think you will implement to ensure successful implementation of these amendments? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tipu. Over to you, Mr. Khan. Thank you.
The audit function and the Auditor-General's mandates come directly from the Constitution, which has been further enhanced in the Public Audit Act. And what's clear as an audit office, the primary function is to audit and to report to Parliament. With the new amendments comes additional responsibilities. And with these additional responsibilities, it means that the Auditor-General would be utilizing its functions and its powers to make certain changes in the behavior within the state. And with this function come pressure from other systems within the state. With the new powers, the biggest risk that I see, and from my experience, is that once the Auditor-General enforces implementation around these powers, there could be, and there's a possibility that there could be numerous judicial challenges around some of the remedial actions that they will be taken. I think it's quite clear that these processes are subject to the Promotion of Administration and Justice Act, and there could be legal challenges around some of these areas. Within the broader Public Audit Act, I think the roles and the functions of the Auditor-General are quite clear, and it's all about enforcing and ensuring implementation of these. With regard to the response with these challenges, it's important that whatever is reported by the Auditor-General is backed up by adequate supporting documents and evidence, because an audit itself, it's not something that someone thinks of and just decides to write an audit finding. Every audit finding is backed up by substantive audit evidence. So should there be any challenges in implementing these new powers, they need to have a system where all the decisions that are taken across the board, it's backed up by adequate evidence, and the conclusions around this is quite important. The other one that, in addressing this possible challenge, would be something within what we call the right of response. It's important that in raising or in detecting and raising any material irregularities, that the accounting officers and the executive are given adequate and ample opportunities to respond. Because you don't want to get to a situation where come down the line and they would say that they weren't given an opportunity, because that is where the fairness in the process comes in. So To summarize, Honorable Peters, I would say the two things to address the challenges around the implementation of the new powers would be around ensuring that whatever decisions are taken, it's backed up by adequate evidence, and in terms of the fairness of the process, that the other party is given ample opportunity to respond to those material irregularities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. It will take us to Honorable Morolong for him to pose his question. Over to you, Honorable Morolong.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Khan. You know, given the complex nature of the challenges that confront our SOEs, and generally the debilitating state of our SOEs, there's been a growing position that the Auditor-General must take full charge of auditing all Section 2 state-owned enterprises. Do you concur with this position? And if so, why? And if not, why?
Thank you, Honorable Morolong. Can you give Mr. Khan an opportunity to respond to the question? Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the question. My response would be yes. In my experience, the audit office can play a very key role in building what I call a capable state. And in a capable state, I mean a state that's free of corruption and a state that is delivering on its constitutional mandate. And the state-owned companies play a critical role as part of this capable state. As a state, we spend close to 800 billion rand a year on goods and services, meaning that we utilize the services of the private sector in delivering in our mandate. And out of that 800 billion rand, more than 50% of that procurement spend come from state-owned companies. So it's extremely important that those levers of the state, like procurement, is utilized in a way that can drive economic growth. If we see the manner in which the Auditor-General has, over the last 10 years or so, has sort of utilized this tool to promote public confidence, to promote clean administrations, this tool has largely, we've seen a difference. You know, in some years you'll see the number of clean audits increasing. Some years it goes down, but the audit office has built a capability in auditing the public sector. The SOCs being such a critical part of this broader state, I would think it's of utmost importance that the Auditor-General does audit it. And I think long term, the Auditor-General will need to build capabilities in understanding how these state-owned companies work. So in responding to it, I would say yes. I would say there needs to be a plan to take over these audits, and this plan would entail two areas. Number one, building capabilities through the understanding of the businesses of these state-owned companies. And number two is and the second part would be the plan looking around whether the office has adequate capacity to actually take on these state-owned companies. And maybe as a last element as well, it's just from a risk profile, whether the Auditor-General can actually service and respond to the requirements of a state-owned company. So those, as part of a broad plan, they would have to look at those elements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Takes us to Honorable Buthelezi for him to pose his question. Over to you, Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. There's a small town called Dundee. That's where I did my standard 6, 4 years before you were born. Perhaps let me start on the previous question. That what difference will it make whether we insource the auditing of all the SOEs? Because even now there's a lot of work that the AG also gives out to these private auditing firms. But having that, I would like you to deal with that. And as you would know, you would have heard that auditors are currently experiencing resistance and threats during audit periods in some instances. But I just wanted to personalize this and check whether as an auditor you have experienced such resistance before. If the answer is yes, how did you deal with it? If the answer is no, create a scenario where there is a resistance and share with this committee how you deal with that threat. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi. Can we give over to Honorable Khan? Are you also Honorable, Mr. Khan? Okay.
Thank you,
Can we
Madam.
give over to Mr. Khan then?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Buthelezi, for the question. Dundee is 5 kilometers from Glencoe, so it's a very close distance, and we. The question around contracting and outsourcing work, I think, looking at the risk profile of the state, you would want the Auditor-General as the supreme audit office to take on the responsibility of the audits of the state-owned companies. As much as it's outsourced, and there are private sector firms auditing it at the moment, you would want to ensure, and not just as Parliament, but also as the South African public would want to ensure that those risks and those failures coming out of the state-owned companies are addressed by the most powerful office in the country. So it's more, it's about providing that comfort and also closing that audit expectation gap between the South African public and the audit and the audit and within the audit environment. And in saying that, it does not mean that those audit firms are not capable or do not have the competency to deal with those audits. It's merely about addressing the broader risks of the state. With regard to threats and resistance, as honourable members would have seen, I've spent a large part of my career at the Auditor-General's office, and my subsequent experience has been in the management of state funds. And I've literally played on both sides. And in my experience, when you raise an audit finding, as much as an auditor comes in, and you cannot, the Auditor General should never be seen as an enemy of the state. It's there to serve. It's there to serve and to aid Parliament, but also to provide comfort to the broader South African public. In carrying out its function, it needs to ensure that it's fully independent, and in dealing with auditees, there's in every scenario you're always bound to find a situation where you raise a finding and there's disagreement, and the auditing standards are very clear on what is a disagreement. So you can have in audit terms, a disagreement, which means that there's a difference between what the auditee says and what the auditor says. And that's something in what the audit standards. Or you could have a fundamental disagreement is where the two of us literally are not agreeing eye to eye. And this is actually quite common. And the auditing standards both provide guidance on how you actually deal with these disagreements. If the disagreement is material, you communicate that in a professional manner to your client. If it's not material, you also raise the finding, but deal with it as part of your audit conclusions. What we've seen in the recent past, that there's been numerous physical threats. So these are not disagreements in what we call in audit terms, but they are disagreements to the point where there are physical threats and resistance coming to these teams. And as an audit office, it's a very difficult thing to deal with, because as auditors, we are not trained, or auditors are not trained to go into an environment and be threatened and asked to make changes to audit findings, because it takes away that independence, it takes away that professional competence. So as a response to that, the Auditor-General will have to do continuous risk assessments to ensure that, number one, the safety of their teams are addressed, because you cannot put an auditor or an employee life at risk. Secondly, there should be a number of programs within the audit office around wellness, employee wellness, because it's quite important that every auditor that goes out into the field have the right frame of mind, because you cannot go into an environment scared or feel threatened, because that takes away that independence, that impartiality, because the very foundations of what the Auditor-General is about, it's about independence and impartiality. And impartiality means performing your functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. So it's about the audit office putting together some programs to actually deal with this on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. That takes us now to Honorable Mente for her to pose a question to yourself. Honorable Mente, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. On your opening remarks, you mentioned that you would love to see Auditor-General in the next decade having to perform the full scope of auditing, which then includes performance audits. So currently that is not happening. Why do you think it's not happening? What challenges do you think the Auditor-General is facing? Also, what would you do as an Auditor-General to ensure that the full scope is undertaken, so the new office, with you as an occupant, will conduct full scope without hindrance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente, for the question. Go back to Mr. Khan to respond to the question, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Honorable Mente, for that question. Performance audit is one of the tools that have been given to the Auditor-General, and with the new amendments, it actually has been given a lot more prominence as an audit product that the Auditor-General can utilize as part of its broad services. We've seen, or the Auditor-General, from my observation, has not utilized this function or this tool to its fullest at this point in time. I think the challenges that's being brought to the fore, it's mainly around the basic compliance and accounting matters. So as environments become a lot more mature, in the sense that audit departments, the executives and all decision makers are able to transition and implement systems that address the fundamental challenges at the moment, which is mainly around accounting and compliance. Would you then see a change in the auditor responding to it? Because at the moment, the auditor is responding to a particular risk in the audit in the audit environment. They're dealing with risk around skills around accounting, and at the moment it's the basic accounting skills that are not coming and are not being and those principles are not being adhered to. In looking long term, I think as the environment matures, performance audit can be an extremely useful tool, because it will then be able to assess whether the programs and the policies and the legislations coming through are addressing the very fundamental goals that we've set ourselves as a state. And until that maturity comes in, we would then be able to see a change in the audit shift. South Africa, like many other developing countries, their primary focus at the moment is mainly around regularity audits. But long term, like we've seen in a lot of the other mature environments globally, performance audit plays a huge tool, and that is where you actually see the value add that an audit office can bring, which is through performance audits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Now we'll go to Honorable Lagude, who is on the platform. She will then ask her questions. It's your time, Honorable Lagude, the Deputy Chief Whip. Can you please raise your question, ma'am?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, I'll take you back to the Holy Book, where it tells us that our Lord Jesus Christ was tempted by the devil for 40 days and 40 nights. Fortunately, because he's the Son of God, he resisted those temptations.
Honorable Lagude, can you please just hold there? We can't
Yes.
hear you, unfortunately. The technicians are trying to make sure that you are not as audible, Honorable Lagude. Apologies for that. Can the technicians please assist in that regard? Please? Are we fine now? Are you sure? Can we allow her to come in?
Can you hear me now, Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you vividly now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. I was saying that I'll take Mr. Khan to the Holy Book, which tells us that our Lord Jesus Christ was tempted for 40 days and 40 nights by the devil, and he resisted those temptations. Honorable Chairperson, the reason I'm bringing this in is that the people leading those various business units in the Auditor-General's office are not immune to temptations. One way or the other, corruptors will try to tempt them. So those various business heads compiles reports that the Auditor General tabled in Parliament. So, with the rate of corruption in South Africa and the way people, even those we don't think could be corrupted, are corrupted, how would you ensure that those reports are credible and reliable? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlakude, the Deputy Chief Whip. Can we come back to Mr. Khan for him to please respond? Over to you, Mr. Khan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Dlakude, for the question. The reference to the Holy Book means that there's no person that's invincible. You know, people can be tempted and can be corrupted. As an audit office, and being there for close to 9 years of my career, there has to be very strong systems, policies, and procedures to deal with such. Looking at the broader challenges in the profession, we've seen such instances where temptation has come to the fore, and where auditors who were meant to safeguard and provide an independent assessment were found to be corrupt in those instances. As an audit office, the best way to deal with it, it's similar with any risk that is being posed to this environment, is about assessing the risks and putting adequate safeguards in place to deal with this. This will entail policies, procedures, and safeguards as an audit office, but also include safeguards at an engagement level to ensure that there are adequate systems in place to deal with this. The third element will be around the quality assurance processes as an audit office. The Auditor-General of South Africa adopts the international standards of auditing. And before a report comes to Parliament, we need to ensure that it's fully compliant with the requirements of those audit standards. And before an audit report is finalized, there are a number of reviews, checks, and balances. So these systems that are in the office and perhaps need to be enhanced will have to deal with the review mechanisms and the quality control around how audits are being finalized to ensure that the Auditor-General as an office must report without fear, favor, or prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan, on your responses. We now come back to Honorable Spies for her to put a very last question. Over to you, Honorable Spies.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Khan, throughout your interview, you have made reference to the new tools that the Auditor-General has received by means of the amendments to the Public Act. And with those new tools comes greater responsibility, but even a greater level of transparency. Now, in most institutions, the participation of stakeholders are very important, and also more so the management of the relationship with those stakeholders. And we have found, and I'm sure you have found in your current job, that sometimes stakeholders can be very demanding. Now, at times, stakeholders' demands even conflict with our own ethics and our values, and specifically those of the organization that you work for. And that would also include, obviously, corporate governance principles or standards. So I would like to ask you the following, and it would be 2 points. Can you describe to me how you manage unreasonable stakeholder expectations? And then if you could more specifically indicate to us how you over the years addressed ethical, integrity and corporate governance issues in your engagement, including the extent to which you achieved the desired results.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spice. Honorable Spice. It goes on and on, it doesn't stop, Honorable Spice. My apologies once more. Can we give over to Mr. Khan for him to give us a response on the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honourable Spice, for that question. The question around unreasonable stakeholder expectations and how you deal with that, and the question being posed around the new powers of the Auditor-General. It's quite important that in any environment, whether it's audit or whether it's a corporate environment, there's always unreasonable expectations. And it's all about how do you as a leader deal with those unreasonable expectations. And perhaps I could maybe just perhaps use some of the, or give an example. Working in the state and working at a national government department, you deal with numerous people, and you deal with various people of various with different backgrounds, and there's always something that comes to the fore around whether we are not meeting expectations or whether the service you're providing is not adequate. And my principle and how I deal with this in my environment is, it's about criticism comes your way all the time, but it's how you actually respond to that. And for me, it's the way you respond to it and how you improve that, either that relationship or that situation, is what makes it a better leader. Criticism is not bad always. It allows you to improve as an individual, but in a corporate environment, it allows you to improve systems. And in any environment, those are the elements that allows for continuous improvement in the broader system. With regard to the second part of the question around the ethical and the corporate governance challenges, it's quite important that, especially being in the public service, that all public servants display the highest values of ethics, because it's all about ensuring that that R1 of taxpayers' money is utilized in a manner that is in accordance with the constitutional mandate, but it also meets the expectation of the South African public. And in that environment, you need to ensure that these governance structures that deal with such are in place, but not only that they're in place, they are working and addressing the risk and challenges being faced by the entity. in the environment that I am in, we disperse a lot of incentives and grants to the private sector. And it's also an area which could be, if it's not managed, be prone to manipulation. And what we've done as a collective and as the leadership, we've implemented independent adjudication structures that actually assesses every application that comes into the system. And the reason for doing this is that we want to ensure that every application is assessed with its own merits, but also it meets the requirements of the support that we are providing to those companies. So in responding to those questions, both in terms of the first one around the unreasonable expectations, it's more the response on how you actually deal with that to make the system a better place. And with regard to the ethical and the corporate governance challenges, that's very real, but it's all about ensuring that the proper governance structures are in place to actually deal with those risks and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. That was the last question. Let me take the opportunity to thank you for having been able to raise your hand in wanting to serve the country as we are doing. You wanted to serve it in a higher office this time. We quite appreciate that. We are embarking in this process. It is unfolding. The office will communicate with you on the outcome of the process. Otherwise, we really appreciate your intention in wanting to come and serve. Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. Uhambe kahle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the honorable members.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleka. We are members of parliament serving in the ad hoc that seeks to appoint AG of the Republic. We are here today to come and meet with yourselves, and you are one of our candidates. Thank you for making yourself available for this important post. We are going to get to hear from yourself, ma'am, on who you are. We did receive your CV, we did read, but just tell us other things that you might not know about yourself that are quite interesting. Then thereafter, the honorable members individually will ask you questions, and you will be expected to respond to each and every question. I will now give over to you, ma'am, and please talk to us about yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Tolashe, and good afternoon to the honorable members that are part of this ad hoc committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present myself for consideration for this position. I am grateful for the opportunity to do so. My name is Tsakani Maluleke. I have been working in the office of the AG for the last 8 years, just over 8 years. And who I am is that I am a South African, first and foremost. I am passionate about this country and its prospects. I am a professional auditor and accountant in particular, but a professional that not only committed to technical excellence in what I do, but one that's embraced the key responsibility that I believe every professional should have, especially given the role we're supposed to play in society. Society invests in all of us as professionals, and society has particular expectations on how we're going to show up in the execution of our work. Not only should we be technically competent, but we should act in the public interest. We should be acting to help to build society, to help to deliver on the promises that society has, the expectations that society has when they invest in us. We're part of an elite class in society, and the expectation is that we should make good on the investment made in us and act in a way that builds. I hold very dear the key principles that underpin what professional accountants should do. Over and above acting in the public interest, we're required to be independent in our approaches to our work. We're required to act with integrity at all times. And we're also required to act with due care when we execute our duties. The second thing I want to share about me is that I have a rather overdeveloped sense of duty. Perhaps it is about being a firstborn, and I carry that in all that I do. However, when I reflect on why that is and why that has informed my choices in career and in where I choose to invest my time and give expression to my talents, it's really about having observed how my own parents executed their own careers, how they showed up in the world. My father was an attorney for many years, and he completed his career as a member of the judiciary. But having observed him, and I'm a typical daddy's girl, I found that he wasn't given to focusing on accumulating wealth. He was concerned about adding value to society. And those are the values that he espoused and what he passed on to me. And I think it informs the sense of duty that I have. If I look at my own mother, she was a school teacher for many years, and school teachers are a key asset to the nation, and they contribute in a very special way. My mother is born of 2 medical doctors, Doctors Refilwe Zele and Peter Zele, who, yes, they were medical doctors in apartheid South Africa, which says something about their intellectual talents. But they were also very involved in their communities. They were seized with adding value to society, seized with looking after the more vulnerable in society. And that's what informs my sense of duty. The third aspect about me is that I put people at the center of the things that I do. Not just people internally, in terms of the work I do every day, but also I worry about the impact of my work on other people, broader than what I can see. And that's what's informed my career choices and what I do on a daily basis. I'm a woman, I'm a female leader, and if you look at the world now, the women leaders of nations that seem to be winning the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on society, on economies, on livelihoods, and on lives, they seem to be demonstrating some very noticeable common features. Empathy, compassion, a respect for science. They communicate well. And those are the characteristics that are common to me. That's what I seek to develop even more, because that's the natural way in which I lead, and that's the way that I think the world calls upon us to lead in. So, Honorable Tolashe, this is who I am. I've chosen to shape my career in the way that I have because of these characteristics, these passions, these values. And that's what informs how I show up in the world and how I show up with what I do.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We are now going to give over to Honorable Spies for her to start asking. Honorable Vessels, I'm sorry, for you to start asking questions. Oh, Honorable Singh. At least I've pronounced the surname correctly. That was a lighter note. Honorable Vessels, can you please put your question over to you, ma'am? Sir?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, ma'am. The Office of the Auditor-General is a reputable office that has been around for a century, but times are changing. Circumstances in South Africa are changing. We are facing dire economic circumstances, dire socio-economic circumstances, and also the founding legislation governing the Office of the Auditor-General has recently changed. Taking that into account, how do you see the focus areas for the Office of the Auditor-General for the next decade in the short term, the medium term, and the long term? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. Ms. Maluleke, can you please respond?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. It's going to be pretty hard, Honorable Vessels, to give you a clear sense of what the office will look like in 10 years. I think a long-term range is very difficult to predict right now, given the inherent uncertainties and ambiguities that the whole world is dealing with. What I can tell you, though, is that in the long range, what will be consistent about the office are the things that have made it strong and have kept it as a credible institution within our society. It is those pillars about independence, about professionalism, and about relevance. And if I look at independence, the office, as you rightly say, had its enabling legislation amended over the past year, which essentially gave the Auditor-General the power and responsibility to follow up on the implementation of his or her recommendations following its annual audit. Those amendments have essentially added onto the arsenal of the good things about the independence of the office. If one compares the things that define the independence of the office against other supreme audit institutions across the world, we certainly compare very well. And that's what we would need to make sure we protect and continue to build on. The other thing around professionalism is, if I cut it up into two parts, it's about the skills and capacity that sit within the office, which essentially South Africans have invested in. It's about the diversity of talent that is there, the technical skills that are there. It's about the capabilities of the office. If I look at also within the context of professionalism, it's about how the office runs in a way that is professional, that leads by example in terms of its own transparency, accountability, good governance, essentially doing those things it expects of other institutions to do. Another feature that we often miss in this part about leading by example is acting as a good and responsible corporate citizen within South Africa, one that understands its responsibilities to build skills, to build talent, to transform, to define what a responsible South African corporate citizen looks like. So those two things would remain firmly in place and to be protected, and that's important because that's what South Africans will expect. The third aspect of what I think will remain a feature of the office is a quest to grow the relevance of the work that we do. We do very well in this regard. I think we have a wonderful opportunity to continue to build on that. Essentially, my sense is that the office needs to be developing and closing the gap in not just what citizens understand we do, but making sure that citizens can link the essence of the work that we do with their lived experience. And to me, that's really about entering that space more and more around the relevance of the work that we do. So if I have it my way, as a South African and one who's vested in the office, the next 5 years would be about protecting those two pillars that are so firm right now, and continuing to build on the last one on relevance. And you're not going to be able to do that unless you keep the first two completely intact. If I think about the short term, and unfortunately that's where we are, the inherent ambiguities that confront us require that all leaders think carefully about surviving in the short term and maintaining their institutional capabilities and maintaining their delivery and their excellence in the short term with all the threats that confront us. The fiscus is under immense pressure. The health of South Africans is under threat. And that has a consequential impact on the office, not just in terms of the finances that it has access to run its affairs, but also in terms of the nature of the work that it can do. And so the short term is about figuring out how do you remain resilient as an institution? How do you keep your people focused on the tasks at hand? And how do you keep them safe and well? Not just physically, but mentally too, so that you maintain the capability for them to deliver on the mandate of the office. Right now, in the short term, you've got basically 3 big audit cycles, and they are huge. And anyone who takes over, if I'm appointed and I take over on the 1st of December, my focus will be on making sure that we maintain the focus of the individuals that work for the Office of the AG on delivering on those 3 big things, which is a PFMA cycle that's got the implementation of the Public Audit Act amendment, which is a big deal for the office, a big game changer, and it's about making sure that we deliver on this instrument that the legislators have trusted us with. 2, we've got these COVID-19 audits that we're doing as a special audit as part of our relevance quest. And it's a big thing for us. It's about taking the professionalism that we've built over time and deploying it in a way that's going to benefit South Africans and make sure that we respond to the needs and wants of our stakeholders. And then we've got an MFMA cycle that comes soon after that. And all of these cycles are delayed. So there's immense pressure on the people, on the institution, and whoever leads it needs to know that protecting that which is strong about the institution is a key priority, whilst we focus then on the medium-term and the longer-term strategies. Thank you, Honourable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke, on those responses. We're now going to give over to Honourable Singh for him to please pose your question, Honourable Singh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and good afternoon to you, Honourable Ms. Maluleke. But we're all honourable people, I take it. You've been around long enough to be able to tell this committee what do you think are the key challenges facing our country at the moment, and what role do you think the Auditor-General can play in strengthening South Africa's democracy and dealing with these challenges, and courtesy of Honorable Buthelezi, in strengthening democracy, the transformation of the auditing profession?
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Back to yourself, Ms. Maluleke.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. As South Africa deals with this economic crisis that confronts us, we had a difficult set of economic circumstances even before the pandemic, and the pandemic has made things even worse. So there's an urgency for us to deal with the key challenges within our society: poverty, unemployment, inequality, the capacity of key institutions to deliver on the promises to South Africans. And not just key institutions in the public sector, but also in the private sector, because I do believe that ultimately those are created to deliver some value to society. The moment has created a sharp focus by all the social partners on the need for collective action in response to these challenges, for action in response to these challenges, and an ownership of the challenges such that we all accept that no one is going to solve these things alone. Government can't do it alone. We need to make sure that there is adequate partnership and consistent collaboration in pursuit of a common purpose. Essentially, we need a new social compact. And the only way you're going to do that is by building trust. And for me, trust is underpinned by a commitment to transparency, to performance and delivery, to accountability, and ultimately to maintaining the integrity of institutions. Without trust, we're not going to build the social compact we need, and we're not going to get the collective action on our challenges. Without trust, we're not going to get South Africans to accept that these are our collective problems, which need all of us to accept that we are all in it together and we must deal with it. If I think about the role of the Audit Office, it's mandated to enhance the systems of integrity, of accountability, of transparency, and those are set out in the Constitution and set out in more specific terms in the enabling legislation. And my view is the office needs to continue to do what it does, deliver on this mandate, but do so in a way that's even more responsive to the current need. And the only way the office is going to do more of this work in a more responsive way is by being in tune with the needs of society, understanding its stakeholders even more than what we do now, and so that we can be responsive, working collaboratively with other partners, the civil society organizations, working more collaboratively with business so that we can find solutions to the things that trouble the route to more efficient and effective delivery by the state. Working more closely with other people right across society, including these private sector firms. So if you're asking me about what role should the profession play more broadly, I do think that it's unhelpful to think of the profession with public sector and private sector being too distinct. Our office is a central part of the profession. We have the biggest training scheme of the profession. We employ 680 chartered accountants on a full-time basis, and we rely on the input of the firms to help us deliver on our mandate. So we're an integral part of the profession. I think that the private sector profession needs to be reminded much more readily and actively and loudly of its role in building society. For far too long, I think the private sector auditors have forgotten that their job is to act in the public interest. Their undertaking, as set out in the Code of Ethics, is to serve in the public interest. And for too long, we've sort of, if I say we, I'll talk about the full profession. we've seen the private sector firms do less and less of work that is in the public interest and start to have a posture that's more about commercial gain. And it's a difficult balance. But we have to find every way to advocate for the profession to find its way back to putting public interest at the center of what they do. If we do that, we won't struggle with regulation, we won't struggle with codes of conduct and disciplinary action in the way that we do now. You'll start to have a step change in terms of how people show up in the execution of their duties. And they'll start to think much more broadly than one client, one audit report, one financial report, and a signature on that that's very narrowly focused. They'll think about the entire system and the impact of the signature that they put as an assurance provider on financial statements.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malu. We'll now go to Honorable de Villiers. Allow Mr. Honorable de Villiers to pose your question. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleke. It's nice to have you here. I think my question very nicely links in with the comments which you've just made, where you've explained that private sector audit firms actually should be acting in public good. But unfortunately, as we all know, in the last 5 years, we've seen massive publicity around private sector corruption and massive accounting fraud based around private businesses that have been audited by these private firms. And ultimately, the audit profession itself has lost a bit of credibility and has been damaged in the process. So my role, and you also very nicely acknowledged the very important role that the Auditor-General's office and the whole institution plays in the auditing sector. So my question to you is, what role does the Auditor-General then have in restoring the trust and the confidence of the public in the audit profession itself?
Thank you, Honorable de Villiers.
Proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. The Auditor-General, being a central part of the profession, has a role to play in two ways. One is to lead by example in demonstrating that the things we talk about as expectations of private sector firms, we do as well. And to share our experiences in that regard. And maybe one might say that it's easier for us to do because we're not a commercial enterprise. But at the same time, we are a professional outfit in many ways, and we can share experiences. So it's about leading by example in those areas. The second role that the Auditor-General would play is by advocating for the right things. Advocating for the key principles and values that must inform how the private sector audit firms engage with their work. And you would have seen us do this quite actively when we decided to terminate the mandate of KPMG and Gongi at a particular point in time. And that was a difficult decision. And we made that because we became quite clearly focused on the values that must underpin the profession, because we know them. We've grown up in the profession, we're an integral part of the profession. And we were clear about the notion that making that decision would have a direct impact and an indirect impact on a broad range of stakeholders. But that notwithstanding, it was important to take a stand around the things that must be a dominant feature of how the profession shows up. So for me, it's really about those two things. Demonstrate that it is possible and share learnings in that regard. And two, advocate for the right things and do so actively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malulega. It will now take us to Honorable Somyo. For Honorable Somyo to please pose his question. Over to you, Honorable Somyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleke. You have taken a trouble to apply for this position, to play your role within an institution which has been born out of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, with its own key tenet as staying independent and playing that role quite efficiently. Now, if you are fortunate to be appointed as an Auditor-General, how would you keep that constitutional injunction and ensure that over the life of the institution, you strengthen the independence of the Office of the Auditor-General? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Somyo. Can you come back to you, Ms. Maluleke? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Somyo. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, the independence of the office is one of the safeguards for our democracy, and it's something to be protected, it's something to be valued, not just by the people who work within the office, but by all stakeholders that have a vested interest in the success of our democracy. As Auditor-General, what I would do to maintain that, to protect that, would be 5 things, and I'll list them as I go. The first one is, as a leader, I would have to demonstrate through example that these values of independence are non-negotiable, because people often follow what you do, not so much what you say. And it's imperative that as a leader of the office, I'm seen and experienced to be prioritizing ethical conduct, independent approaches to the work that we do. The second thing is really about the leadership. So the leadership team and I would have to similarly espouse those values and pass them on and talk about them all the time, so that the people we lead internally have an appreciation of the importance of independence, so that it's not something that they take for granted ever. And I was lucky in that when I arrived at the office, that was one of the central things that the Auditor-General spoke about all the time. And 8 years ago, I didn't have an appreciation of it as fine as what I do now. The fourth thing is we'd have to set about highlighting and continue to highlight the professionalism with which we've got to do our work. Because the good thing about auditors is that independence as a concept and independence as a value and as a principle is something we are all taught right from the beginning of our academic journey and our training journey. And it's really about making sure that the professionals that work within the office uphold this principle that they've been told, that they've been taught. It's not a foreign thing, but we've got to make sure that there are consistent conversations about it, and we keep it front and center of the work that we do. The fourth thing I would do is create the institutional capacity to monitor any threats to such independence. And it's really about any threats to our reputation, any threats to the quality of work we do, any threats to individuals who within the office who may act in a way that's inconsistent with the rules that we would have set. So it's about making sure that we have clearly set out rules, but the capacity to monitor ongoing compliance, to detect anything that goes wrong, and to respond to it in a way that's predictable, and act when things do go wrong quickly, because we've got to maintain the reputation. And the last thing I would do is keep highlighting to external stakeholders the need for them to hold us accountable. Because it is when external stakeholders also believe and experience us to be upholding these principles around independence that we will know that we're doing what we're supposed to do. And they're probably the ones who, if they are vested in the journey of maintaining this independence, because it is such an asset to democracy, they are the first ones to highlight any risks or highlight any threats in a way that we can jointly respond to. So those are the things I would do, Honorable Somyo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke. To make us to go now to Honorable Peters for her to pose her question. Over to you, Honorable Peters.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Maluleke. I have heard you give an indication of some of the values and principles that you imbibe from a very early childhood in terms of what your father and mother and your family gave to you, and I thought about something. During the time of the pronouncements by the president with regard to the interventions that the country would make in ensuring that the impact of COVID-19 or coronavirus is minimized on the citizenry of South Africa, there were others who, whilst people were worried about their health and well-being, others were sitting and salivating about the amounts that the president was pronouncing in. And we have seen the emergence of COVID-19 corruption allegations. As the next incoming Auditor-General, what would you do to deal with these particular challenges? In particular, in situations of procurement, I would want to say any procurement opportunity that is presented to the Republic of South Africa becoming a potential avenue for corruption. What is it that you believe you could be able to do to deal with this, but also how would you advise that those that you will be auditing or your auditees to make it possible that they can mitigate against this for future procurement opportunities that might be presented by any situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tipua. Back to you, Ms. Maluleke. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dealing with corruption and malfeasance in the context of procurement, especially in an emergency situation, is always going to be very difficult. I understand your question to be saying, beyond even the COVID-19 crisis, what would one do as an audit office and what would one advocate for amongst auditees to do in terms of dealing with the potential for leakage? My sense of this is that it's not a quick fix. The things we've got to do are about, first of all, being clear about what the ethical posture of the leadership of those institutions ought to be. And leadership for me goes right to the very top. So we've got to be clear that the very values that are set out in Section 195 of the Constitution in terms of how public administration shall run, those are what, it is against those that we hold all leaders accountable. Because political leaders that are appointed, that are elected, and those that are appointed ultimately to run government as administrators, they hold that responsibility to uphold those values. And we've got to hold them accountable to that. Those values must inform the posture with which public administration runs. If I start at particular auditees, the very top of it would be an accounting officer. Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act sets out what an accounting officer ought to do. And that's where we've got to focus. Making sure that accounting officers not only have the ethical posture, but they clearly set out the rules within which procurement will happen in their environments. And that those rules must be consistent with Section 217 of the Constitution. They set out systems that will predictably prevent non-compliance, detect it, and provide them with an opportunity to correct it. The third thing accounting officers need to do is ensure that when things do go wrong, because things will go wrong on occasion, but when things go wrong, they act and they apply consequences, because that's what a good internal control environment is about. It's about the values and the posture. It's about clear rules that are set out. It's about systems and processes that help you detect and prevent non-compliance. And it's about acting when things do go wrong and acting quickly in a way that's transparent, that's consistent. And that's how you shield the environment from impunity. That's how you shield the environment from people who seek to do wrong. So my advice to accounting officers would be, let's sit back and look at your duties as set out in the Act. Let's work with you to design the controls that help you do this. And let's make sure that you hold yourself accountable to that, and that your political principle holds you accountable to that. I would also have conversations with the executive authorities about this very same thing, that if an accounting officer isn't given the space to do their work in a way that's consistent with the Act, that's a problem which will ultimately taint you as the political principle in that environment. So it is in your interest to work with the accounting officer and give them space to not just design, but to implement the internal controls that are going to safeguard resources. Thank you, Honorable Peters.
Thank you, Ms. Maluleke. The next question will come from Honorable Morolong.
Well, thank you very
Sotense.
much. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleke. What do you anticipate to be potential impediments in the implementation of the Public Audit Act? And what do you propose should be approaches and/or strategies that will ensure successful implementation of these amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Morolong. Over to you, Ms. Maluleke.
Thank you, Honorable Morolong and Honorable Chair. The PAA implementation impediments would be in two buckets. And the first one is probably a little easier because I'm well attuned to it. The first bucket is about how the office deals with the PAA amendment. And I'll come to what I think the impediments might be and how we deal with it. The second one is about the other role players, because the instrument of these amendments is not one that seeks to drive consequence management purely by the Auditor-General. It relies on the other complementary institutions around it to actually do their part as well. It relies on the executive authority to also act when things have gone wrong. That certificate of debt is not going to go anywhere unless the executive authority is also working with us, or it'll take a great deal of time for it to have an impact. It relies on the role of Parliament. It relies on the role of the investigations units, and as well as the prosecutorial units within society, within our system. So that second bucket is the one that we need to maybe spend a bit of time on. The first one, as I say, is a little bit easier. If I look at it, we needed to build capacity. We needed to make sure our people are trained. We've done that. That's not a problem because that was a change. We needed to make sure that our people buy into this, because it's not an easy, a quick learning curve for them, and we had to implement this thing quickly. But we've done that because our teams are resilient and they're professionals, so I'm not too worried about that. What we'll need to make sure we do going forward is follow the MIs, the material irregularities identified right through the system. We also need to make sure that we follow the regulations that we've designed so that administrative justice is the norm in how we deal with this, so that we eliminate the potential for legal action that might constrain us in our quest to still do our audits and follow through on the material irregularities. We'd have to make sure that our quality control is intact, the audit quality, that is, so that the work that we do stands up to scrutiny and it supports those MIs that are delivered, because now the material irregularities really bite and they matter. So that by the time you issue remedial action, the work on which it's informed is of high quality, done by people of integrity who are experienced to be dedicated to excellence. The second bucket is the one where we need to collaborate with other players. Make sure that the the agreements, the collaborative agreements between us and the SIU or the NPA or the public protector are tight, and they are constantly managed as we learn, because we are going to learn and fine-tune our processes as we go. We're going to have to make sure that we don't rely only on this instrument and flood the system with MIs, because it's going to take a long time if we rely only on this system, on this instrument. It's going to take a long time to improve transparency, accountability, and consequence management in government. So our job, all of us, in terms of the role players in the complementary oversight mechanism, is to learn from each MI and go back and see what are the things in the system that need attention so that we can start to close the points of leakage. Thank you, Honorable Morolo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke. And it will take us now to the next Honorable Member, Buthelezi. Can you please pose your question, sir? Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam. Let me start where Honorable Singh stopped. Moral suasion has got its limit. This is about the transformation of the industry. So I would like to get from you, what do you think should be done to ensure that the private sector does not just pay lip service to transformation, but it walks the talk? Coupled with that, you are a former partner of one of the big auditing firms. As we are talking, we are the second most important individual at the office of the Auditor-General. Please share with us your achievements and what you have done as far as transformation of the sector is concerned. This is an opportunity for you to brag, just to go to town about it. But then I was just piggybacking on Honorable Singh as far as that one is concerned. But can you please address this one? What's your position as far as the AG doing auditing of the SOEs? As you know, the SOEs which are being audited by the private firms. What's your positions? And please talk to the advantages and disadvantages of the Auditor-General getting involved there. And again, please just conclude and say, what's your preference? And surely you'll also be motivating as far as that is concerned. Thank you very much. I will listen.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Ms. Maluleke, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Buthelezi. Transformation is indeed a key aspect of how we're going to build an inclusive society, an inclusive economy, and therefore a sustainable society, one where there is a reduction in the inequalities, a reduction in unemployment, and I do believe that, and as well as a reduction in poverty. My understanding of transformation is really founded in the BE policy, and because it does bring key aspects that need to be implemented by corporate citizens if they are going to make a solid contribution to transformation. And it covers not just ownership, which is easy for people to focus on. But if you look at the policy and the codes of good practice around BEE, it covers employment equity, which is a key aspect around who manages, who controls, who's employed there, who's promoted, who's recruited. It covers skills development, who's being trained, who benefits from expenditure on training, and are these investments geared towards alleviating poverty, unemployment, and ultimately dealing with inequality. It deals with enterprise and supply development. What are you doing as, in managing your value chain as an entity so that it ultimately transforms and gives space to the creation and development of black enterprises within your value chain, within your industry? It also deals with socioeconomic investments in different spaces. So I do believe that if an enterprise, if a private sector firm looks at that scorecard and takes it and actually implements it within its strategy, not as a piece that sits outside of the strategy of the institution, but they look at it as an integral part of their strategy. If they're thinking about supply chain, they think about transformation. If they're thinking about promotions, they think about transformation, and not just worry about them when they not just worry about employment equity when they have to submit to the Department of Labor. So I do believe that if they think about it in that integrated fashion, they will be successful. And I agree with you, moral suasion is not going to win the game alone. It's an important part. We've got to have clear rules. We've got to make sure that we incentivize compliance. And I think the design of the BE legislation allows for that. And we've got to make sure that when things are not being implemented in the way that they should be, we apply the consequences. And I think that's where we've not been so effective. Yes, as the DAG, I have prioritized this area because I feel very strongly about it. And I've played different roles throughout my career that have had something to do with transformation. So when I got there, I found an office, 8 years ago, I found an office that was dedicated to transformation and doing extremely well in that regard, but wasn't measuring it. And I thought that if we measure it and we get a verification certificate, we can not just, we'll be able to talk about it in the public domain in a way that's convincing, but it can add to the moral suasion of the private sector within our profession, because we can say, look, we're level 2, what about you, Deloitte? We're level 1, what about you, Deloitte? Which is where we are. When we started the journey of having our certificate done, we were at a level 3, and that was a few years ago, and we've transitioned to level 2 and then to ultimately level 1. These things don't happen overnight, and that's one thing I'm very clear about. And that's why you've got to put it as part of your strategy. It happens as a gradual process through consistent effort. We were fortunate as an audit office in that previous DAGs and previous AGs made it their business to implement transformation. Mine was to add on to it. And I believe that I've done that. If I look at employment equity statistics in our environment, our EXCO is more than 50% women, predominantly black. And that level of representation runs through the institution. The people that head key business units within our environment are predominantly black and at least half female. So if you look at who heads up the Western Cape, it's a woman. Who heads up the KZN region, it's a woman. Who heads up the Eastern Cape, another woman. And these are women who were not flown into those roles. These are women who would have been recruited into different roles and developed over time. So such that when they arrive as executives, key executives who are leading key business units, they not only understand the institution, but they've built credibility internally. And again, that's critical because it's a gradual process, one that sets individuals up for failure, for success, I beg your pardon, that sets individuals up for success, that invests in their confidence and allows a demonstration that you can and you must have transformation walking alongside with delivery, performance, and excellence. Another thing I will brag about is that we have a training scheme that trains auditors. So aspiring auditors enter our environment on day 1 with a degree, and after 3 years, they have completed their work experience requirements to qualify as chartered accountants, and hopefully they've actually written their professional exams and can qualify as chartered accountants. And I've made changes working with the team over the last few years that have transformed that scheme. Again, building on what I found and using what I understood to be critical levers if we are going to shift the scheme in terms of the numbers of black professionals it delivers into the profession and into the public and private sectors as capable individuals, if we're going to shift the scheme into one that's characterized by individual and collective success. So we found that the changes we've made have resulted in the office creating over 1,000 chartered accountants through its life, through its span. It's a 20-year-old scheme. Over 1,000 chartered accountants created, black chartered accountants created through that scheme. And that's significant. Honorable Buthelezi, you would know the size of the profession and the representation of black people. 70% of those, so just over 700 of those, are African chartered accountants. Just under 400 of those are African women chartered accountants. Now that's a phenomenal contribution, not just to the individuals and their families because they've been able to realize their personal ambitions in a way that changes their families forever, but to the office as well, and to the profession, and to the public sector, and to the private sector, because that's what happens. These young people end up building phenomenal careers elsewhere. So that's another area I will brag about because it's something I feel very, very strongly about. And the scheme will continue, and we'll continue to look for improvements, and we'll continue to make sure that the office delivers candidates that are ready to write their board exams and succeed in that, and candidates that ultimately serve society in different roles wherever they may end up. Some we retain, but many go on to go and build phenomenal careers elsewhere. Another achievement that I must brag about is how we have used the lever of the work that we dish out to the private sector firms to transform the profession and to create opportunities for black practitioners to establish their businesses and to grow those businesses. Because that's what that ESD pillar is about. It's about making sure that you use your value chain to create these opportunities and to support the development of black firms. We've shifted the allocations of work to firms such that now, beg your pardon, such that now, of the 600 million rand that we dish out as part of our contract work allocation, 90% goes to level 1 and level 2 BEE contributors, 60% goes to black-owned firms, and almost 30% goes to black women-owned firms. Again, a phenomenal contribution, not just to the individuals that run those firms, but to the profession as well. So I'm extremely proud of what we've done with the team over the last few years, and it is my wish, and I'm actually confident that it'll happen, that that work continues, because it's one of the things that make up the nature of the office as a responsible corporate citizen. You were asking about the audit of state-owned entities, Honorable Buthelezi. I do believe that the office should audit these state-owned entities. Indeed, over the last few years, we've moved from auditing 3 of them to now auditing 14 of them, of the Schedule 2s, that is. And we are well on track to take on the remaining 2, which are Transnet and Eskom. And again, that had to be a gradual process. It wasn't something that would have been wise to do too quickly, because we had to build the capabilities within the office, build the skills, build the confidence of our teams, and manage the transition so that you don't shake the credibility of the product that we ultimately issue. The audits that we don't do yet, we have overseen much better. And we have gotten much closer to those auditors in a way that helps to drive not just the consistency of the work that we do, but I think the quality of the product that's ultimately issued by private sector auditors within the public sector has improved immensely because of our involvement. My preference is that we continue to audit these state-owned entities, even if we don't sign every single one ourselves, because it's good to share the load, it's good to share the responsibilities and have that interplay between private sector and public sector. But our involvement in those audits adds value, not just to our people whom we employ, who must have exciting opportunities to keep them in the office, but also to the auditees, because I think they get a much better product when we've partnered with the private sector firms, as well as to yourselves as public representatives who must oversee how those SOEs operate. So I'm not convinced that there are any cons to doing this work. It stretches us, but we're up to the task. And every single time we've taken on an SOE audit, our auditors do well, every single time. That is the excellence that sits within the office, and that's what we must preserve and continue to grow. So, indeed, my preference is to continue on these audits, especially the ones that are more higher risk, and the ones where we are not yet ready to take over. We must remain working closer with the appointed private sector auditors. Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke. And we need to move now to Honorable Mende, for Honorable Mende to please pose your question. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And Molo, Ms. Maluleke. Thank you for raising your hand and saying you are available. If opportunity is given to you, you'll take it. I'm particularly saying this because I see in the list here you are the only woman candidate we're interviewing. And hearing the strides that you're mentioning in relation to transformation, and especially where black women are concerned, it's quite impeccable. Now, we're not going to sit here and pretend that the hashtags don't exist. I won't mention the hashtags out there. And Chair, just I think 2 months ago, we know the levels of GBV that have been rising uncontrollable. So there was a case of rape of a 2-year-old in a township. So the police station, in fact, Vice Paul Head calls me, knowing we are members of parliament, we can intervene much quicker, calls me to say, I'm sitting with a problem here. There's a 2-year-old being raped. The FCS, which is a unit which deals with such sensitive cases, is taking time to get here. I need your intervention. I intervene. I get to realize that the FCS investigator on standby is a woman, a very young one that just got introduced into the profession of the SAPS and being a detective. And you know how we always feel very happy that a woman is sensitive to such cases. But something immediately comes to mind, Chair, that it's about 11 at night. She's on standby. She has to drive into an informal settlement alone. I immediately revert back to the Vice Paul Head that no, allocate a sector van to her as well. She can't drive into that area with the perpetrator at large. Yes. I'm trying to paint a picture of the hashtags and the vulnerability of women still, even though we understand that we are taking up space, we are cementing ourselves into it, but there's a threat. Yeah. You mentioned that you have 3 women and more heading provinces, and yourself as a DAG. There are threats that you come across in a line of duty through auditing. These threats will come in various forms, especially because you are women. I would suppose that men only face one threat, suppose, I'm not so sure, but you have a double jeopardy situation where you will be facing a threat of being undermined. That's the first thing, to prove yourself that you can do it. Second thing, a threat of being bribed. That if you don't listen to me, I'm going to bribe you. If you can't, through undermining you, you might end up being raped, you might end up being followed into dark corners, you are here, you are a woman. And those things exist. Now I'm wondering if you can share with us if the women in leadership with yourself through this career have ever come across such situations? How did you deal with them? And if you were to become now an Auditor General, I understand being a DHG, you were very much involved in that kind of space as well. But now being an AG, if you are given an opportunity, how will you deal with such threats? But that also coupled with the general intimidation that comes from all departments, in fact, anyone who's being audited, refusing to give you financial statements to such an extent that currently the AG had to take various departments to court simply because of threats, refusal to be audited. And now it's going to be aggravated by the fact that we know how the world will live in, that you're going to be a woman. Yeah. There's going to be that element. There is that element already that's happening, but now, being a woman, how are you going to deal with this situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. Ms. Takanya, can you please respond?
Thank you, Honorable Mente and Honorable Chair. Indeed, Honorable Mente, women are much more vulnerable. And as women in leadership, we're sensitive to it. We've dealt with this issue in the same way as we've dealt with how we generally keep our staff safe in the context of threats and intimidation. And the things we've done, and I would continue to do as Auditor General if I'm appointed, would be about, first of all, making sure that our people understand the need to be alert and vigilant in monitoring what's happening. So we've had an incident where one of our female executives was followed in one of the provinces about 2 years ago. And she got so frightened. Fortunately, she was alert to it and she drove to a police station. But she got so frightened, she ultimately resigned. So the threat is to individuals, and if you can keep them safe, thankfully, it's also a threat to the capability of the office. Because when a key executive resigns, you lose capability and it is quite disruptive. So the focus on keeping people safe is one that has to remain. And it would be about making sure people are vigilant. And we just go back a step, making sure they are vigilant and they are aware. Making sure they take steps of don't travel alone at night, don't go to an audit site on your own, don't go in a marked vehicle that demonstrates who you are. So all those precautions that they can take. But also we work with the provincial commissioners of police, where they are able to highlight to us before our audit team goes into any environment whether there are specific threats that they've identified. That's the first thing. But second of all, if our people pick up anything, they're able to raise it with the police. And the truth is that we've gotten very good support out of the SAPS throughout most of the provinces. The third thing we would do is continue to advocate for all people who interact with the state or are employed within the state to uphold their responsibility as set out in the Constitution, to protect the institution, to protect its ability to execute on its mandate, and to assist the office in the way as AG Makwetu has done in elevating this risk to SCOAG and getting SCOAG support in addressing it. So those things I would most certainly continue to do. The other thing that I would do is continue the journey of educating South Africans more broadly about what the office does and the value of the office to society, so that individuals within communities understand the importance of keeping our staff safe, understand the importance of safeguarding this office, which is there for their benefit. So I think that's the one part I would add on to it, to drive visible engagement with society about the role and the value of the office to society, so that there is some ownership by a broader range of stakeholders in society for protecting this office. Thank you, Honourable Mente.
Thank you very much on your response. We're now going to call upon Honorable Dlakude, who is one of us in the platform. Honorable Dlakude, can you please pose your question? Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleka. Honorable Chair, Honorable Maluleka, let me take this opportunity to say I'm proud to have you as a woman being part of the of the candidates we are interviewing today. You are the first, as Comrade Mentor has already alluded to. Hopefully the next candidate is also a woman. Ms. Maluleka, you'll agree with me that corruption is the third pandemic in our country and is a serious threat to our constitutional democracy. As I've said that, we know that as human beings, we also have our own limitations, and so are institutions like this one of the Office of the Auditor-General. As an individual, if I may start with you, do you have any shortcomings as a woman? And if so, do you think that those shortcomings will hamper you, your ability into doing your work if appointed as an Auditor General? And also, do you really, do you have, what is it that you are doing to make sure that you deal with those shortcomings, if there are any? Then my question with regard to the institution, which is the Auditor General's office, is that there are limitations. There are limitations which prevent the Office of the Auditor General to conduct the full scope of its audit. What are those limitations, and how would you ensure that the Office of the Auditor General or the Auditor General of South Africa conducts the full scope of performance audit despite those limitations? Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Can we allow Honorable Ms. Maluleke to please respond to the question? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I'm going to suggest that I'd rather not look up at the screen, but look at the members that are here. It might be a little bit awkward. As an individual, what shortcomings do I have, and do I think they would stop me from doing my job if I'm appointed as Auditor General? I think the critical shortcomings that I have are really about how I can sometimes come across. I'm an introvert in nature, and not everyone knows that, but I am. And that can sometimes make me seem dismissive and inaccessible because I live often in my head. And I'm well aware that it's something I have to keep working on, because as Auditor General, you engage with a much broader range of stakeholders than what I've done up until now, and it's something that I would continue to have to develop. I don't believe that it's an impediment that would make life difficult. It's something that I can overcome. The second thing is I tend to be quite passionate about certain things, transformation being one of them. And in my journey, growing as a leader, I am learning that it's unhelpful to forget that transformation is a contested space. As you deal with transformation, it's not always obvious to people why it's important. And not because cognitively they don't get it, but because they sit in their corner and they are marking a score sheet that says, okay, if a woman's being appointed, it means there's less for us as men. If a black person's appointed, it's less for us as white people. If a Mosotho is appointed, then it's less for us as Watsonga. It's those sorts of things. People tend not to see that. And I have learned that I need to spend more time engaging with those that feel hard done by as I blaze a trail on transformation. Because it's not that they are against transformation, but it's because as individuals, people sit in their corner and they feel like they are losing something when we are driving a transformation agenda. So it's something I've learned to embrace as an area where I must slow down, I must talk to people much more consistently. I would do it once off and move on. But the costs of transformation sometimes hit you later and in ways you don't anticipate. So again, I don't think it's a matter that would make it difficult for me to fulfill my duties as Auditor-General should I be appointed. From a technical point of view, I don't see any impediments. From a practical point of view, I don't see any impediments. Yes, there hasn't been a female that has fulfilled this role, but I think by now we have proven that women can play these leadership roles in different spaces. And often they do a pretty good job of it because they know that their success is so important for the generation of women that follows them. Certainly that's been what has informed my journey as DAG. Knowing that I'm the first Deputy Auditor General, it was important for me to make good on the promise of women leadership for the benefit of the institution, of the people within it, and ultimately for the people of South Africa. The impediments or limitations of the office in terms of fulfilling its mandate, the full scope of its audit, and specifically on performance audit, and how do I address them? One of the critical impediments for the office to do its work is around audit fee affordability, the ability of auditees to afford our fees and ultimately pay for the service we provide. Yes, we can continue to manage efficiencies internally. Yes, we can continue to contain what we pass on to the fiscus. But that limitation will continue because the fiscus itself is under pressure. So we have to think about the appropriateness of the audit scope in different areas. It is my belief that there is an opportunity, a timely and urgent opportunity that we must grab for the office to think differently about how we audit some of the smaller entities, such as the municipalities that are distressed, such as the museums. And to do that, we'd have to work in concert with the standard setter, the owner of the reporting frameworks, the Office of the Accountant General, so that we agree on this idea that the city of Joburg and its reporting, financial reporting and performance reporting obligations must be distinct from the audit of Malu. That municipality is small, it is under distress, and there's relative chaos there. And we have to figure out how you balance the need to manage transparency and accountability such that that's never compromised, but manage a journey that is consistent with the environment that's there. And I think through collaboration, through effective collaboration, we can take on this task and we can win. I really do believe that. On performance audits themselves, the pressures on the fiscus to pay for performance audits will continue. What we've done over time is we've put the performance audit machinery as part of our annual regularity audits. So what you see as members of parliament who are charged with oversight in our annual audit report is the outcome of an integrated audit approach. We've essentially built a practice over the last few years where we bring on the diversity of skills into our audit. So that essentially the performance audit insights you seek, you're able to find in the context of the regularity audit. It has enriched our work. It has allowed stakeholders to see the link between internal controls and the impact on citizens. When we tell the stories in the general report, when the AG tables it, those stories come out of us having created this multidisciplinary team approach that incorporates performance audit, investigations, information systems audits, as well as the regularity audits. And my sense is that there is still scope for us to do even more of that in a way that doesn't drive standalone audit fee that's additional to the annual regularity fee that we're charging to particular auditees. And I'm not saying that there's no scope to do any performance audits. There is still scope. My preoccupation over the last few years, together with the team and together with the AG, has been about integrating these disciplines to create better value. And I would want to continue with that journey if I'm appointed Auditor-General, at least for the short term. Longer range, we would then work on shorter, punchier performance audits that are targeted and informed by key questions that we've researched appropriately, acting in concert with not just the auditees and Parliament as oversight, but also with civil society to figure out what are the key questions we need to be answering and rather have shorter, timely, more frequent, punchier performance audits that are affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maluleke. We now go over to Honorable Spies for her to ask her question. Over to you, Honorable Spies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maluleke. The reports that of the Auditor-General that are tabled in Parliament are the compilation of the various business units within the Auditor-General. And allow me to say I'm actually welcoming the fact that you shared the information that most of the business units are run by women. That's very welcoming to hear. If you were to be the successful candidate for the post, how would you as the Auditor-General ensure that those reports are credible and reliable?
Thank you, Honorable Spies. Ms. Maluleke, can you please respond to the question? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Talashe. Thank you, Honorable Spies. The Auditor-General's reports indeed must remain credible and a credible, independent, reliable source of insights to those that run government, that oversee government, and to citizens more broadly. The things that make that possible are an independent mindset in how we conduct our work, ethical behavior that informs how the work is done and the behavior of the people doing that work, and following the international audit standards that have become a feature within the office. I would want to sustain that if I'm appointed as Auditor-General. I would also want to make sure that our teams remain in touch with the reality of South Africans, the lived experience of South Africans, so that we don't run so far on a theoretical exercise of the reports that's consistent and compliant with standards, but then lose the essence of what is troubling South Africans. So I will continue on that journey of bringing to bear in our risk assessments before we do the audits, in our analysis of the outcomes of an audit, the insights that come from other players, And to do that, I would have to collaborate effectively with civil society, once again, with academia, because there's a lot of research that's available, and also just with other reports that tell us what's happening in communities. The other part I would do is make sure our guys go visit the audit sites more regularly than just at year end. So I would make sure that audit standards are maintained, ethical conduct and independent posture remains. I would make sure that we are close enough to the auditee to understand exactly what they do so that our work is relevant and relatable. And to do that, it's about proximity, it's about consistent attention to other information that is available from other role players. There's a unique opportunity, Honourable Speaker, right now in society where I do get the sense that it is timely for the Office of the Auditor-General to work more closely with civil society than what we have done up until now. And we're seeing that, that work come to bear in the recent audits that we're doing. And I would want to make good on this opportunity that we have now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke. We're now coming back to Honorable Vessels for him to pose the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry. Have you ever come across a situation in your years of involvement and your career where the demands of a stakeholder conflicted with your ethical values or those of the organization where you were involved in, or the principles and standards of corporate governance? And how did you address it? And how will you address it? And then in the same line, stakeholder relations are also very important in terms of the Auditor-General's office. And given those sometimes conflicting demands and also unreasonable demands of stakeholders, how will you manage stakeholder relations if you were appointed as the AG? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. Ms. Maluleke, can you please respond to the question?
I've done it again. The application of known audit standards throughout the office by all the professionals charged with actually conducting the office is something that we have to sustain, because that is what informs the credibility of the work that's done by the professionals that are in the office. The AG doesn't sign every individual audit report. He delegates to professionals who are qualified auditors, who have the responsibility to do their risk assessment, to resource their audit teams, to conduct the work, to report on it, to apply the established quality control on their audit reports. So that needs to remain in terms of keeping the sanctity of that audit process intact. And I think that's what helps, even in the context of managing difficult stakeholders or conflict with stakeholders when it arises, because the person doing the work is close enough to the audit and is given the space, the resources, the rules, and the authority to sign off on that audit in the best way that that's informed by the work that they've done. We then also have a quality control monitoring process that makes sure that keeps the quality control intact. When a stakeholder complains, somebody independent of that audit team takes another look and sees if they arrive at the same conclusion. And if they do, the matter then rests. The team was right. And I found that stakeholders respect us for maintaining the line of our professionalism. Yes, we must engage with stakeholders. Yes, we must respond to them as our key stakeholders and audit clients, but our responsibility is to conduct the work faithfully, to report courageously on the things that we've done. So that's what I found throughout my time at the Office of the AG. There was an instance about 5 years ago where a particular auditee fell out with the audit team. So the CEO of this particular entity was particularly aggrieved with our team. And he made a lot of noise and wrote a long letter of complaint. And in that complaint is stuff about, oh, but your team doesn't know how to behave, and oh, but your team, they are wrong on this. And in that noise, I was then able to step in, because as DAG, I don't really get involved in too much of the detail of an audit, only if there's a problem. So here was a problem. Again, I was able to do two things: keep the AG and available to deal with the matter if I fail, so that there's an escalation process that's available to that stakeholder. Deal with it myself, because I'm not in that audit team, so I'm kind of neutral from the audit team. But assert at all times the integrity of the audit process. So engage with the team about, look, what happened here? And listen to the stakeholder about what are you raising? And find the line of what is it that we can resolve without ever flouting audit standards, without ever crossing the line around ethical conduct, without ever losing sight of what our purpose is. And how do we resolve the matter? So in this instance, when people have fallen out and the heat is billowing, people lose sight of what the essence of the trouble is on both sides. And so as a neutral party, I was able to navigate it and say, look, this is what we can do to fix this is the adjustment you must make. Audit team, will you be happy? And that's not my decision, it is yours, because you are the delegated signatory to this report. And if this adjustment is made, what does the report look like? Again, I don't decide on it, but I allow the team the space to do that. Mine is to navigate the space of saying, let's just hear you out as a stakeholder, let's try and resolve the conflict at best. But we must never compromise on our ethical values or our audit standards.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleke, on your responses. As you would know, Ms. Maluleke, that the process has been so transparent, such that when we concluded the shortlisting, we put your names for public comments. And in your case, ma'am, the public did respond to you as one of the candidates, and they put some discomforting things about you. As the committee, we think it's important for us to hear from you directly. Of course, not taking away the request we made earlier on to say, please put that in writing so that we can have it in our records. I'm giving you now that opportunity to please talk to us in confidence on what is reflecting from the public about yourself, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to thank the committee for giving me an opportunity to see those two comments in particular that you are concerned about, because it does allow me to deal with it now. I will still give the written submission. My understanding is that there are these two comments. There was one from Ms. Ruth Chauke regarding CIPC, and the other comment was from a gentleman based in Cape Town, I think it's Mahlangu, who had a concern about my stance on the profession and the training scheme. It is just those two, if I may just confirm. If I may start with Ms. Chauke. Indeed, she raises a concern that she submitted a whistleblower report to us, or a complaint to our office, asking us to investigate a number of allegations that she was raising of things that had happened at the CIPC, which is an entity within the DTI portfolio. In her complaint, she was concerned about the behavior of different players. We looked at this request to investigate, and we decided not to investigate because we consulted with the audit team. We looked at the substance of the matters raised. We looked at the audit matters, the things that are we are geared to respond to as an audit office, and we responded to Ms. Chauke on that, and ultimately decided we are not going to do an investigation. And we wrote her a letter to that effect back in December of 2019. Earlier this year, she wrote asking for an investigations report. My response to her was that we have not done an investigation as we indicated to you in December, so there is no report to give to you. She kept insisting that there is a report. And my sense was, well, we don't have a report. Perhaps somebody else has investigated. It may be better for you to ask whomever is indicating to you that there is an investigation to help you get hold of such a report. What I learned from her letter to yourselves is that, one, she remains aggrieved as a whistleblower, and I think we have to contend with that. Two is that there is new information that she is raising that she had not raised before, such as the outcome of an investigation she had asked for at the Office of the Public Protector. So a combination of those two things, the fact that she remains aggrieved as a whistleblower on the one hand, and that there's new information on the other hand, compels me to request permission from yourselves at the appropriate time to engage with her if it's at all possible, so that we can figure out how jointly with the other parties that she feels have investigated or should be investigating, we can address her concern. Because in her correspondence, there are things she asked the DG of DTI to deal with, as well as the Audit Committee of CIPC. There are things she asked the AG to deal with, and there are things she asked the Public Protector to deal with. So my view is that given that there's new information she's raising, given that she remains aggrieved, and one doesn't want to discourage whistleblowers from taking the opportunity to raise a flag when they believe there's a problem, it's incumbent on all these parties that I've mentioned, the AG, the Public Protector, as well as the leadership of CIPC and DTI, to see how we can help to close the matter so that she gains closure. It may well be that we're never able to close it with her and give her a satisfactory answer, but I think we should give her an opportunity to look at it one more time. I don't believe that there's anything more I can add to that, Honorable Tolashe. I think my understanding of it is that she remains aggrieved and believes that there is a report. Unfortunately, we don't have such a report, and I'm happy for us to deal with it subsequent to this interview process. The second one, around the profession. I note that the gentleman is an audit activist, so he's somebody who's very interested in the audit profession. He has an understanding of the audit profession, and he has certain concerns about transformation, about the accreditation of professional bodies by IRBA, the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors. Again, I would hate to dismiss what he's raising. I think as an interested player, it would be important for us to work with him to see how we can support transformation within the audit profession. The facts, Chair, are that SAICA, which I'm a member of, is the most highly recognized professional, accountancy professional body within the profession in South Africa. There are others. That's the one part. IRBA is an independent regulatory board of auditors. They accredit professional bodies. I don't believe that it's for the AG to lobby IRBA to accredit. However, we can have a conversation on how the office supports professional bodies to be accredited by IRBA so that they train auditors. At the moment, only SAICA is registered accredited with IRBA. The ACCA has applied to IRBA, I remember that from many years ago, to be accredited, and they've not yet been accredited. When the time arises, happy to work with them to see how we can support the entry of more people into the ACCA band and the advancement of black accountants. The one thing, though, Chair, I think I must raise on this one is that in the journey towards transformation, and maybe this is where I'm too passionate about these things, in the journey towards transformation, standards must never be compromised. And my preference is informed by what I've seen happen over many years in the profession, where we've been able to transform but never shifting the standards. So there's one board exam that everyone writes, and if there are problems with a pass rate for black candidates, let's figure it out. Let's sort out whatever it is that's making it difficult for them to pass, but you keep the standard the same. So if there's a professional body that's battling to be accredited by IRPA, I do believe we should work with them to figure out how we bring them up to the standard rather than dropping the standard. What we've done in the training scheme is focus on maintaining the standard and supporting those who aspire to become registered auditors, professional auditors, members of a professional body in the accountancy domain, to realize their ambition. And that is what the essence of what's happened in the office around SAICA. So my bias is to standards, and my bias is to helping young people realize their personal goals and not normalize abandoning those goals that they've set for themselves. So that's the essence of the issue, but I'm happy to give a written submission to yourselves.
Thank you. Okay, honorable reversals. In that order, please, honorable members.
Thanks, Chair. Very short, Ms. Maluleke. We understand that you've issued findings in terms of audits for all 3 spheres. There's rather a very dim, problematic picture. And I would now imagine the number of certificates in terms of what you've identified as the irregular expenditures or practice, which then will lead to you issuing certificates and all of that. Now, there is this tendency in South Africa, which is it's a pandemic, I would call it, that we either take each other to court just to delay processes, or we shift people around. The nice thing about the certificate, it follows you wherever you go. But we just shift people around just to lose focus. We mess up with evidence. It's done by departments. Now, when you get to that stage where you are delayed tactfully through the measures I've mentioned, what is going to be your next step should you be in AG? Because there must be a way of stopping it. It must not be allowed that you are going to be delayed throughout. You have a time frame for certificate, you have a time frame for whatever process had to be followed by the 3 spheres, and where you have identified all these elements of corruption and irregularities. But that time frame must never be lost. And with you not losing it as an AG, if you become one, it means your defense mechanism in terms of challenging the departments at court, if they then use that to delay you, is on par. and it's not going to mess around with you with something that you should have finished within 2 years, you end up having to finish it within 5 years, then things are overtaken by events, the whole country ends up forgetting that 500 billion has been stolen, now something new is happening. What I'm trying to ask is, what are you going to do to make sure that everything is finished within the time frame and no delay tactics? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. The next Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm back, Ms. Malu. Perhaps let me just for information, the percentage of your revenue that which comes from the transfers from the fiscus and what you raise from the audit fees. Coupled with that, I would like to know what is it that you would have loved to do where you're going to, if you had more resources that you are not able to do at the moment. That's one. But Chairperson, I also wanted to comment on what you have just said on the question that was raised by the Chairperson. One, do you have jurisdiction over IRBA, except for auditing? Two, you were asking us to say go and do something, I think, as far as Mr. Chauke or Ms. Chauke is concerned. Chairperson, we are not going to ask you to do things here. You know what your work is. We don't want you to come out of this and say, this committee, what we are doing here, what we are doing with you here is an interview. So as to what you do and so on, definitely it can't be us who tell you what to do. So you know what statutory you can do, and it's not the work of this committee. All what we wanted to get from your side was the explanation, a response to the issues which have been raised by the public. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Utelezi. Can I go to Honorable Singh?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, it's that part of the evening. I'm trying to lay my hands on an email here, which came as anonymous. Somebody said, I want to remain anonymous, but they mentioned the email. I don't know if Ms. Maluleka was responding to that particular email. It was about racism and not giving opportunities, because you mentioned the name. Okay. It came, it says, I want to remain anonymous, but I saw that the person had an email address. But we will consider it later if it didn't mean much when I read it, but I know I had it in my file. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Very quick question. Would you say that there's too much emphasis currently on compliance rather than performance? And in the same breath, do you think our scope currently with regards to the standard which are obtained or which should be maintained to obtain a clean audit or unqualified audit is sufficient in the current circumstances? Is there a need for a new definition of a clean audit that also takes service delivery into account and value for money into account? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Ms. Maluleke, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the honourable members for the questions. If I could just start with Honourable Mente, how do you deal with the potential for delaying tactics in the implementation of the Act as amended? Indeed, there is a risk that accounting officers or executive authorities may move people around or delay action on the matter. We've tried hard to cater for that in shaping the Act and the regulations that inform it, to give the AG discretion to decide on the time frames within which a response must come, and to be reasonable about it, given the matter at hand. So my undertaking is to implement those regulations as set out and to continue to refine them if we find that there is still far too much shifting away from consequences in that regard. So we'll learn out of this new, the phase one that we've just implemented for PFMA and MFMA, and we'll continue to refine. So that's what I would do, implement the regulations as they've been designed, because they're supposed to achieve a healthy balance between administrative justice and speed and effectiveness of the instrument. We'll refine them as we go once we've seen how things work. If there's a concern, I would certainly elevate it to SCOAG, with whom the regulations would be engaged upon anyway. My dedication, if I'm appointed AG, my dedication will be to make sure that that instrument is implemented in a way that achieves the intent of the legislators at the time that they approved this legislation. Honorable Buthelezi, quick question to the IRBA. No, we don't have jurisdiction over IRBA. And my response was about saying we wouldn't lobby IRBA to get them to do what the writer wants. But if there is a professional body that's on a journey towards accreditation by IRBA, if there's a professional body that's needing support from us, where appropriate, we would lend that support in the way that we've done for ACCA and for SAIGA, as an employer and a training officer. Financial constraints, at the moment, we only get audit fees. The funding model and the legislation allows for us to have audit fees, to raise funding through an appropriation, and perhaps even donations if it is appropriate. We haven't used any of the latter two instruments. There is a process in place right now to see if we can get an appropriation for the implementation of the PAA. However, we have only been getting 100% through audit fees. What can we not spend on? One of the things that we would have loved to spend on, Honorable Buthelezi, is on audit software. It might sound quite operational, but it's a big story in our office. It's one of those things where if we had unlimited resources, that's what we would do for our auditors, get them new audit software. Unfortunately, the scale of the cost is so big that we have to be conservative and try and build up resources and space to actually do that. And I think we were doing pretty well at that, and then COVID, and we had to use the cash resources that we had built up through our cash margin of safety to survive the implications of this COVID and the lockdown. So that's what I would do. If we had unlimited funds, that would be the first urgent matter to deal with, get our auditors new, responsive, appropriate audit software that makes them efficient. It's been a plea since I've been in the office, and it's one we've been constrained to deal with because of financial resources. Honorable Singh, the letter you referred to is not, the letter I was referring to is not the one that you're referring to. This gentleman mentioned his name, so the letter sent to me had an individual with a name and an address, and that's the one I was referring to. So the anonymous one, I'm unaware of. The last one, Honorable Vessels, is there too much of an emphasis on compliance vis-a-vis performance? In some spaces, and I don't think it's by design. It's about how the implementation actually happens. So I don't believe that there is a need to review the clean audit definition. There is a need to refine the framework around performance information. There is a need to refine the compliance burden and the reporting burden, especially for the smaller entities. But broadly, I don't believe the definition of a clean audit is inappropriate. It is certainly consistent with what the Audit Office has been designed to do and what sits in the Public Audit Act, which is that we must look at financial information and its credibility, usefulness of performance information, and compliance in terms of whether or not public entities have run their affairs in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the country. So I wouldn't change that, but I would look at specific areas for improvement, such as the performance information framework and how we audit it, and the scope for reporting and for auditing for the smaller auditees. I'm done, Honorable Talashe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maluleka. Honorable Singh, do you want to come back on the anonymous?
Yes, Chairperson, I've located the narrative on this matter. It came from our researchers who did a summary of all the comments on each of the candidates. And I'll just read the paragraph as they had noted it. But when I read it, I know it came from anonymous, but there was a name to the email. So I suppose we know who sent it. It says, and I'm putting it to you because I think it's only fair that Ms. Maluleka responds. Lastly, it is alleged that Ms. Maluleka failed to deal with the allegations of racism within the Auditor-General of South Africa. It is alleged that employees who raise issues of subtle racism have either been subjected to punitive actions by the office or treated as troublemakers. Therefore, Ms. Maluleka, as an accounting officer at AXA, she has presided over a grievance process which is rooted in unfair discrimination based on skin color. To substantiate this, it is alleged that she unfairly dismissed one of the complainants of racism, which he or she later won the appeal in the labor court. I don't know if you remember this, but it came to us. So that's true.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Would you want to respond on Ms. Maluleka on the matter? Please come forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Singh and Honorable Chair. The story rings a bell, and I think I understand exactly the space within which it came. There was a grievance against one of the executives responsible for a particular business unit. And the people within that business unit collaborated on a group grievance, which went through the channels, and I'm the last individual within the office to deal with it. Once I've dealt with the grievance process as per our policy, and if somebody is unhappy with the outcome, they can go to the CCMA or the labor court, and that happens as a matter of course. And I did deal with this matter because the grievance process went through 2 other executives before me, and when it came before me, I arrived at the same conclusion that they had. And my view was that there was something else going on which needed attention. There was a leadership issue, there was a team dynamic issue, and there was an insecurity issue about us wanting to employ people from outside of that team so that we could extend the capabilities of the office and the skill set of the office, because we didn't have the skills required to respond to the risks we are assessing in the environment that we audit in, as well as respond to the provisions of the Public Audit Act, because we could see where this was going, and we identified that this space needed to be upskilled urgently. So we didn't have the skills, we had to go seek elsewhere. In my engagement with that group, it became quite clear that there was a leadership issue, as I say, and the individual we allowed to go for coaching and supported her in shaping how she can lead better. I think all of us always have things we can do better. So that's how I certainly analyzed the problem. The second one was about the team dynamic. She was a new leader in that business unit, and she was struggling to gain acceptance by the people who were already there. And then the third part was about introducing new skills. And there was a sense among some of them that if you are appointing people from outside, what about us? And my conversations with them, and it wasn't just once, was saying, we've got to respond to the need of the office. Yours is to work with us in upskilling you. So these people that are experts, that have skills you don't have, you must work with them to upskill yourself as well. And whatever you need to do, we will support you, because developing you so that you're ready the next time these opportunities come is we hold very seriously. The manager that ultimately was dismissed took his matter to the CCMA, not to the labor court, and it was settled on the basis that the allegations he was making were not valid. There wasn't a labor court action and there was no decision against the organization in the labor court as is alleged in there. So I remember the story well, Honorable Singh. It's really consistent with what I said earlier on, that I'm learning that transformation is a tough journey and one's got to continue to engage, not just once or twice, but on an ongoing basis. And some of the costs hit you later and in unexpected ways. So that's where I would put that issue.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malulega. Any follow-up question on this matter? I'm going to give Honorable Morolong here the question. Yes, sir.
No, Chairperson, it's not going to be a long question. I concur with Honorable Buthelezi that we are in no position to tell you what to do about these allegations. Our sole interest is on the occurrences thereof and how these issues were handled. But I think we will be remiss in our responsibilities as public representatives if we are not to speak strongly about the protection of whistleblowers. And I'm going to suggest that in your response to us, now that you have alluded to the fact that there's new information, that you expound on how you intend to deal with this matter going forward, so that there's comfort that we are going to do our best to protect whistleblowers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Morolong. We're now going back to Ms. Tsakani. And Honorable Member, this will be the last question. Over to you, ma'am.
The one from Honorable Morolong? Thank you. I understood that you were asking for me to respond in writing on how I deal with the protection of whistleblowers, and not just I, but as an office, because
Precisely,
this was an office decision. I've heard that and I've understood it, and will most certainly respond. It may not be by tomorrow, Honourable Chair, because on this matter I would have to work in concert with the Auditor-General and ensure that we are aligned and that which I undertake to do is, or what we undertake to do as an office is consistent with what he would have it be, for he remains in control of the office and is ultimately accountable for how it runs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maluleke. I think Honorable Member is satisfied with your response, and that brings us to the end of the interview. On behalf of the committee, Ms. Maluleke, let me take this opportunity to thank you for having, as Honorable said earlier on, you raised your hand in wanting to serve the nation. And good about you were the only woman who have done that. We hope you spoke extensively about transformation and the progress thereof, while putting our eyes on yourself to be able to bring more of them to the fore, so that by the time you leave the office, you would leave a very good legacy. We really thank you for having responded to all the questions without fear, no prejudice. We're here to make sure that you get the best candidate of, as AG, as you have created a very solid, the office has created a very solid base as AG in South Africa in particular, for us to be able to be proud of it. To date, it's one of the offices that is the best. Thank you very much. As you have been articulating your responses, we have been part of that. Siyabulela kakhulu sisi, uhambe kahle.
Enkosi, Honorable Tolashe, enkosi to the honorable members, Nakensa Shunene Nkom.
Thank you. hour so that everything is being recorded accordingly. Do we agree on that one? Thank you so much, honorable members. Can we please usher in the next and the last? By the time ifika mayisithole ema-rooming, it must get that in our rooms. Eh? It's 8 o'clock. Load shedding is 8 o'clock. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let us welcome one of our candidates who came to come and present himself to this panel. Good evening, sir. We are members of parliament. We are an ad hoc committee that is looking for the best candidate for an AG's office position. We are embarking into this process, and now we are going to talk to you. But before that, sir, can you please tell us about yourself, who you are, but also tell us why you should be considered for this position. We know your CV, we did receive it, we did read it, but please just take us through why you should be the person to be appointed as an AG. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, distinguished members of this ad hoc committee, my gratitude personally and the gratitude of my family and my friends, and the colleagues that I work with, goes to all of you for the great work that you've been doing. This job that you're doing is very important for South Africa. I hold it highly, and as I sit here, I sit with the utmost respect for each and every one of you. Now, my name is Edmund Shokole Kuleni, and I am here to articulate the message that I have, not only for this ad hoc committee, but also for the people of South Africa with regards to the Audit Office of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, every nation has a mission to fulfill. Every nation has a destiny to reach. Now, the mission of South Africa is enshrined in the Constitution of this great republic. And that mission is that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity. Now, this mission can only be realized through freedom and democracy, to which transparency and accountability are the chief cornerstones. Now, the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa is the constitutionally appointed watchdog of transparency and accountability in the public financial management system of South Africa. Now, when we're looking at our beautiful nation, today we are faced with a number of challenges. We have 5 key challenges that we're facing. The first one is high unemployment, followed by high inequality, poor service delivery, an unsustainable public sector wage bill, and most recently, a looming debt crisis. Now, whilst we're still soaking wet and cold in the trenches of warfare against COVID-19, so many allegations of impropriety have been raised, to the extent that the confidence of the people in the integrity of COVID-19 related emergency procurement is at an all-time low. Now, these challenges are a threat. They're a threat to our freedom, and they're a threat to our democracy. However, together every South African has a civil duty to overcome these challenges. Now, through its mandate, the Office of the Auditor-General has a duty to contribute to the eradication of these challenges by ensuring transparency, accountability, and the use of public funds. Going forward as South Africans, we need to realize and accept that we need change. We need real change. Now, real change does not come from merely entertaining the current status quo. Real change comes from challenging the current status quo, taking and implementing difficult and tough decisions for the benefit of our nation. Now, the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of the Auditor-General is not something that is built like a house or a car. whereby you nicely build it and put it right there for people to come and admire it. Members, it is something that you build every day on certain basic shared values. Now, I want to share how I am going to strengthen the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of the Auditor General in a rapidly changing world. I would like to share my vision. I would also like to share my first 100 days in office if I get the honor to be called the next Auditor General of South Africa.
Chairperson, sorry, on a point of order, I don't want to disturb Mr. Shoko Lekuleni.
Yes, sir.
But I think perhaps we should be asking the questions instead of Mr. Lekuleni giving us it will emerge when we ask you questions, on what your vision is, etc. I think what the chairperson wanted is for you to just tell us who you are, where you're from, how many children, etc., which area do you reside, in Kabayaku, Kichuepi, and those kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. Indeed, sir, if you can, please, the questions that you'll be asking will be able to collect all that you'd want to present. With your respect, can you then please, if there isn't much to say about yourself, can we go straight now to honorable members who will ask questions from you? Are you okay with that, sir?
It is the wish of the committee. Please let us have it that way. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Honorable Morolong for Honorable Morolong to please put his question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lekuleni. Look, the Office of the Auditor General is a reputable institution. Its existence spans over a century. And considering the recent amendments in its founding legislation, what do you think should be the critical focal areas for the next decade? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Morolong. Mr. Lekuleni, can you please respond to the question?
Thank you so much, and through you, Madam Chair. Where we've come from as an audit office, as you have said, is very critical, and we've achieved quite a lot. But one thing that we must not do is drop the ball. Something that we've worked for so many years to build can be dropped by just merely one small, tiny speck of failure in ethics and independence. But one key thing that we need to focus on in South Africa, and through this audit office, is that a lot of work has been done by Auditor Kimi Makwetu and those who came before him. And one of the key and fundamental things that they put forth are the changes to the Public Audit Act. When you look at those Public Audit Act changes, they are changes that are actually bolstering the audit office towards a very common shared value. And that common shared value is on consequences. Transparency and accountability without consequences is of no value to the people of South Africa. Now, going forward, it is for us to then take that Audit Act and put it in a position whereby it can be implemented through creating an accountability court. We need a court that is going to be designed to make sure that all the matters that are being raised or that are being pursued using the Public Audit Act are actually going to be executed within a court of law. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. On your response, can you please give over to Honorable Peters for her to please pose a question? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Shoko Lekuleni. Mr. Shoko Lekuleni, Over and above the scourge of child abuse and the pandemic of gender-based violence, what, in your opinion, is the key challenges facing our country, South Africa, and what role should the Auditor-General play in strengthening South Africa's democracy? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please respond, Mr. Lukulele?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. South Africa has 5 key challenges that it is facing today. And these challenges have resulted in something that is very symptomatic of them, and that thing is called corruption. But the 5 main key challenges that we are facing are high unemployment. Our people are not getting jobs. The jobs are not there for them. They are now resorting to crime, and some of the crimes now translate to some of the matters that you have mentioned: gender-based violence, child abuse, drug abuse, and so forth. We have high inequality, and that is a gap between the rich and the poor that continues to increase. It continues to increase sometimes at an exponential rate, which makes one wonder whether we are going to be able to bridge the gap or not. But that is not the nature of a South African. A South African never gives up. We have poor service delivery. Every now and then, we hear of a people, not just any people, our people, South Africans, taking it to the street, protesting, saying, wait a minute, we're getting a raw deal. What is going on here as far as service delivery is concerned? The public sector wage bill is something that has been discussed over and over again. Finance Minister Tito Mboweni the other day was actually talking about it, to say, look, we need to put in measures, otherwise we cannot continue like this. And of course, most recently, the looming debt crisis that we are facing. Now, when we look at all these matters, they fall back once again as they are a threat to our democracy, they are a threat to the freedoms of South Africa. Now, the Auditor-General of South Africa as a Chapter 9 institution is not only placed, but also designed to uphold and ensure that freedom and democracy in South Africa prevails. Hence, it is the duty of the Auditor-General of South Africa to look into these matters through the instruments that the office has been given. And we've been given the Public Audit Act. Now, within the Public Audit Act, we are expected and required to do audits. Not just audits, but audits that are relevant to the people of South Africa. It shouldn't be that case whereby the people of South Africa wait once now and then to hear from the Auditor General, giving them a report on matters which in some cases are not talking to their public service needs. Now, we need to make sure that as the Audit Office of South Africa, we change some of our approaches. We change our approaches in line with international auditing standards. We change our approaches in line with the Public Audit Act. Such approaches will include innovative things such as real-time audits, an audit which is done whilst a transaction is actually happening. And I would like to give an example of such an audit. Recently, we brought in, as a nation, a team of Cuban doctors, highly skilled, and we needed them to help us to fight COVID-19. And this happened all at a big price, some 439 million rand. But however, this happened within a cloud of scandal, according to investigative journalists. Now, this would have been an area whereby the audit office could have actually quickly moved in, just as the deal was being made, before the ink was dry, looked at that matter, and concluded that, yes, everything has been done appropriately as far as compliance with the laws and regulations of South Africa are concerned. These are some of the changes that we need to do. And of course, the work of the Auditor General should not happen in a void. Inclusivity should be the mantra within the Auditor General's office. We want to include our people, the South Africans, in the audit process. We must be able to come up with a mechanism that helps our people to not only know, to not only understand, but actually play a critical role in how we do our audits. And one of the key things that we need to do is to continuously engage them. The people of South Africa should be the eyes and the ears of the Auditor General. Look, we are now in the 4th industrial revolution. We've got so many apps, we've got so much technology, which can be put in the hands of the people of South Africa to communicate and report on areas of service delivery weakness. And that will help the audit office to actually do audits which are relevant to them. That's the only way we can eradicate some of the problems that we are facing in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We now give over to Honorable Somyo for him to pose his question. Over to you, Honorable Somyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good evening to Mr. Shoko Lekulini. Well, sir, if you would look into the occurrences in the private sector recently and the actual audit performance, which has gone through a number of huge companies, and the audits which were conducted mainly through the big 5 audit firms, has given into an eye of the fact that the credibility of the audit institutions and the profession itself has been affected, not only through the reversal of such audits, but such kind of scrutiny such audit has received, such that the outcomes were never to be credible outcomes. And all that resulted into a loss of credibility in a profession which ought to be profoundly founded on the basis of trust and credibility. You could be fortunate to be appointed as an Auditor General. As a result of such a corporate failure, how would you restore such credibility now in the profession, and to ensure that those auditors that you rely on are the auditors which are going to have that sort of a benefit from the entrenched credibility which is going to be assisted by the Office of the Auditor General? How would you work to ensure that you achieve such restoration in the profession?
Thank you, Honorable Somyo. Can you please respond, sir, to the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Now, the matter that you raise is a very sad and highly emotive matter for me. Look, all my life, I have been an auditor. That's the skill and the job that I've trained for. That's the skill and the job that has paid my bills. That is the skill and the job that I love doing. Now, when we get to hear of scandals such as the ones that you mentioned, sir, it is a very sore point. But however, it's not one that makes us resign and say, we have been defeated, we have failed. What we did pick up from the scandals that happened is that corruption, when you go for it, when you attack it honestly, corruption fights back. And now it fought back in one of the most profound ways. It actually planted some of its corrupt elements amongst us. The men and the women that we thought are fellow professionals were actually agents of corruption. Now that is unacceptable. But something good did happen out of that. It made us to wake up and realize that as chartered accountants, as auditors, we are not infallible. That means we need to tighten our controls. We need to tighten our approaches. But now when you want to restore something that has been broken, you cannot do it alone. You have to work with the other stakeholders, the key stakeholders. And one of the key stakeholders in audit is the public and the civil society organizations. We need to make sure that we include them in a manner that they understand the work that we're doing, what we're trying to achieve, and how we're going to achieve it. Communication is going to be very paramount. When the Auditor-General of South Africa is coming to do an audit, or is going to do an audit, people need to understand what the intention is and what the true outcome is. But over and above that, outcomes should be tangible. I want to go back to the question of the audit office doing relevant audits. Now, audit, when you look at it in the private sector, and even in the public sector, it can easily be construed as something that is forced upon people. Because you see, you have the Companies Act that says you shall be audited. And you also have the PFMA Acts which say you shall be audited. Now, sometimes the clients will say, oh no, you know what? If I could have it my way, I wouldn't be audited. I don't want to go through this. But what we need to do is we need to do work that is so relevant to them so that they realize the value of what we're doing. Now, when the people of South Africa see an audit report which addresses service delivery issues which are right at their doorstep, their confidence is restored in the work that we are doing. And it just doesn't look like just another report that the clever guys from the AGSA have prepared for us. But transparency and accountability without consequences means nothing to the people of South Africa. The audit office needs to work hard to make sure that whenever matters are being picked up, there's a system that makes sure that accountability is netted out. And I want to take you back to that accountability court that I mentioned. One of the key things, if I have the fortune to be called the Auditor-General of South Africa, is to spearhead the setting up of this accountability court in the hands, the safe and capable hands of the Department of Justice. But what we want to do is we want to create a creature, or rather a body, that addresses the problems that are specific and peculiar to accountability. And by doing so, that makes the court process fast and results are meted out and people can see the accountability being meted out. But most importantly, it's a way for us to stop the fraudsters from actually buying time. Because with such a court, we can get an injunction the moment we see that there's a problem here, as we apply our Public Audit Act. And that will stop them dead in their tracks from pilfering and continuing to steal from the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that response. Can I give it to Honorable de Villiers for him to please pose his question? Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Shoko Lukuleni. I hope I pronounced your surname right. Thank you for being here tonight. You've alluded to audit institutions and private institutions that were essentially captured. You said that, you know, it was done by putting individuals there, compromised individuals. So if you were to become the next Auditor-General of South Africa, what would you do to safeguard the constitutional independence of that office? What would you do essentially to stop that happening inside the Auditor-General?
Thank you, Honorable de Villiers. Over to you, sir. Can you please respond to the question?
Through you, Madam Chair. Honorable de Villiers, you raise a very fundamental issue, which in its very nature is the actual DNA of the existence of an audit office. An audit office that does not have independence is not worth having at all. Yet, once again, independence is probably one of the most fragile aspects of any audit office. And as such, it needs to be protected. Now, when you're looking at the audit office as a Chapter 9 institution, the Constitution of South Africa is very clear. It says that every other institution in South Africa should protect those institutions, protect them and make sure that their independence is strengthened. But just because the Constitution has given the audit office a bit of cover, it doesn't mean that the audit office should relax. Now, when you're looking at the fundamentals of independence, they exist in three forms. Firstly, the audit office should have the legal independence. That is to say, when you read the legal statutes, the Public Audit Act, when you read the Constitution of South Africa, there is already in the letter of the law, clearly written, clearly spelled out, that this institution should be independent. And that in South Africa is there. So we're sorted. Secondly, there should be operational independence, whereby the institution is not directed by anyone else other than the Auditor-General and the tentacles within the Auditor-General's office, which he or she has employed to do that. No external force should tell the Auditor-General what to do, when to do, how to do it, when to do it, and why they should do it. That is the operational aspect. And lastly, the financial independence. The Auditor-General should have sufficient funding to do the job and carry out the mandate as they should. Now, those are the three fundamentals. When I look at the Audit Office of South Africa, I think those three fundamentals are intact. Of course, as a scholar, when I'm looking at the question of financial independence, I am one of those who believes that no, the Audit Office should actually have a blended approach to financing, in the sense that we just don't want to bill the clients only, but I think there should be room within our system that allows the Auditor-General's office to get a grant. Of course, that is a matter that could be discussed on another forum, but let's go back to the question of independence now, how we're going to address it. So the fundamentals are there. We have legal, financial, and operational independence, but that's not enough. Independence, which is not being used, is also useless. If you have independence as the Auditor-General's office and you're not using it, then really, what's the point? So what we need to do a lot of audits that bring value and pay back that independence back to the people of South Africa. But within it, we realize that the institution is led by human beings. The independence of one human being, or the lack of independence of one human being, could affect the independence of the entire institution. So we need to make sure as the Auditor-General's office that we hire and we encourage professionals that belong to professional bodies. And we have so many of them. Because they belong to a professional body, they are regulated, first of all, by that professional body to behave in an ethical manner. And secondly, we should have an internal code of ethics which addresses the question of independence unequivocally. No one should have a question or should be found not understanding how paramount independence is to the institution. And of course, annually, every member of the institution should actually declare their independence and ethics. That should happen, no questions asked. And of course, at engagement level, when you're now getting into an audit, we still need them to declare that they are independent and they are going to be ethical at the beginning and at the end of the audit itself. And then, of course, whenever the question of independence is breached within the SAI, the Auditor-General should not tolerate that, and consequences should be meted out immediately. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll now give over to Honorable Singh for him to pose his question. Over to you, Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening again. Now, earlier on you mentioned COVID and corruption. Now, the coronavirus has brought with it a plethora of dynamics which the world is grappling with. Not least of all the fact that we have to procure goods and services which we would not have normally procured. Now, this has provided opportunities for service providers to supply those goods, but it has also led to unscrupulous service providers who are involved in corrupt activities, and these have been, you've seen them in the media. Now, the president of the country, when he announced a 500 billion rand package, which included assistance to business, which was a separate 200 billion rand, called upon the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa to assist in coming up with strategies to monitor this kind of spending, this new spending. And there were some strategies in place. If you are appointed as Auditor-General, because COVID is here to stay, or if you were the Auditor-General at that time, how would you have responded to the call by the President of South Africa for the Office of the Auditor-General to get involved at the inception of procurement processes?
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam. The Public Audit Act is the instrument that clearly instructs the Auditor General on how to respond to matters of state in the public financial management state. Now, when we are looking at COVID, indeed it was a black swan. It was a black swan event which caught us all unaware. And I would like to direct the honorable members in this committee that when that happened itself, I personally actually did, with the help of my colleagues, a research on the resilience of SAIs during times of disaster. And that research was done throughout sub-Saharan Africa. And we had a number of SAIs, more than 40 SAIs, that responded to that research. And from there we framed and realized the strength and the weaknesses of Supreme Audit institutions when it comes to disaster situations. Now, Honorable Singh, it's very important to know that whenever a disaster strikes, the Audit Office is not immune to it. It's also affected. We have had friends who have also got COVID-19 at the SAI itself, and of course, we thank heavens they recovered. But when you're looking at it now, you're faced with something that is so deadly, so dangerous, and you're wondering, how do I respond as an institution without putting my people in trouble, health-wise? So what I would have done immediately, as per the lessons that we learned from the research paper that we did, is that the Audit Office, first of all, really needed to be visible. The moment the Audit Office is visible, the perpetrators of crime, or those who intend to perpetrate crime, they tend to fall back because they know that the watchdog is there. So what they could have just done, knowing fully well that no one is going, or nothing is going to happen to them, they now do it at least with a little bit of fear, because the Audit Office is clear, it's out there, and it's saying, I'm watching this and I'm responding. Visibility would have been the first thing that was required to be done. And secondly is the actual act of auditing. We needed to do real-time audits on this procurement as it was happening. Now, the nature of the real-time audit is the one that was very important and very peculiar. We wanted to make sure that we do performance audit. As we do performance audit, we know very well that we're analyzing the economy, the efficiency, and the effectiveness of the procurement that is being pursued. And by doing that, we would have actually identified the situations, or rather would have deterred the situations whereby there was the blowing up of the prices of things, or even the poor procurement whereby we actually buy things that we don't need, but simply because we believe the money is there and therefore we go for it. We would have also pursued compliance audits. Compliance audits that are geared and designed to ensure that whatever procurement is happening, it's in line with the rules and regulations of procurement in South Africa, be it emergency or whatever it is. Those are the audits that we would have done. But what would have been very fundamental about this audit is the fact that we now have Section 5 of the PAA, which requires us to approach an immaterial irregularity, or rather a material irregularity, in a manner that actually constitutes a criminal investigation. We would have actually pursued those who would have been found on the wrong side of the law, and the people of South Africa would have seen that not only do they have an audit office that works, they would have understood that that audit office works for them. I thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll now give over to Honorable Vensal for Honorable Vensal to please pose the question.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to you, Mr. Shoku Lekuleni. Sir, you just alluded to the recent amendments to the Public Audit Act, and you mentioned it briefly. If you can firstly explain how you see those amendments, the scope thereof, and secondly, what challenges do you foresee with the implementation of those amendments? And then lastly, how would you, if you were to be successful and be the AG, how will you ensure successful implementation of those new amendments? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vensa. Can I give over to Honorable Spies for her to please pose the question? Say? Or the answer? Okay, sorry. Are you ready, sir? Sorry for that.
I am, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can you please respond then?
Thank you so much for your kindness. I will respond, and thank you also for that question. I love the question that you've raised because it is a moment of pride for South Africa. I have worked through Africa with many supreme audit institutions, and as I work through them, I get the opportunity to actually review their audit acts and their mandates. And in all the countries that I've gone through, I've never seen such an empowering audit act as the one that we have in South Africa. And now, with the great work that was done by the Auditor-General Kimi Makwetu to ensure that the changes were made to those tweaks, it made it even more fabulous. Now, we have a great tool in our hands. Now, when that tool comes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not disillusioned by the fact that that tool will come with challenges. Now, the key changes that we have seen in the tool, I've classified them, or rather I would classify them into 3 areas. The first one is we've had changes in the definitions. Some definitions have been clarified. The second one is we've had some inclusions on the relationship of the audit office and the externals. And those you can see under consequences, Section 5. And you can also see under the audit fee setting and collection, Section 23. And then lastly, we have the internal matters, changes to some internal matters. There you've got the installation of an audit committee, Section 40, and the remuneration committee, Section 5. But when I look at these changes, the changes that I think are going to be challenging to the institution are the external relation changes. And those are the consequences under Section 5 and the audit fee setting and collection under Section 23. When we're looking at Section 5, this is where the Auditor-General has the power now, upon suspicion, to trigger an investigation with the other bodies within our state machinery. The key question that comes out there, or rather the key problem that comes out, is that internally, that is going to affect us as an institution. Because now we are moving from auditors who are used to looking for evidence so that they get reasonable assurance, and now they need to get evidence that not only gives them reasonable assurance, but actually also gives them reasonable doubt that a crime would have been committed. Now that change in mind frame is not going to be easy for the auditors. It affects how you collect your audit evidence. Knowing fully well that in some cases the audit evidence that you are collecting is actually now a crime scene. And now you need to understand, how do you respond to a crime scene without contaminating it? Because the moment you contaminate a crime scene, that could just be it as far as that crime is concerned. Within the institution itself, we know that before, the auditors were already getting threats from the auditees. We have seen situations whereby auditors were kicked out, situations whereby auditors were sent messages to say, we're going to abduct you and so forth. And Auditor-General Kimi Makwetu last year also brought that matter to Parliament. That could also create a bit of paranoia with our people. Not to say it's incorrect, but there are situations whereby the auditor themselves will find themselves just being afraid for their lives, for their safety, in situations maybe where it is not necessary to. So those are some of the internal challenges that we're going to face. And externally, the auditees have heard of these changes. And there is a high probability that we're going to have very polarized responses. You could have people who are going to be very excited about this act. And they say, great. And every small thing that they see, they push it to the Auditor General's office. And in the end, the Auditor General's office is inundated with matters that are of no consequence. And secondly, there could be those who are very fearful. And they become very dangerous because they might decide to take matters in their hands. And they will intimidate and threaten the auditors. Those are the problems that we might face internally and externally. Now, to sort these out, or rather to react to them, we need inclusivity. The Auditor General's office has a duty to explain what these powers mean. Honorable members, I would like to remind this committee that the Auditor General's duty is to seek for transparency and accountability. If I have the honor to be named the Auditor General of South Africa, I will ensure that I do not turn the Auditor General's office into another crime-fighting unit, because we already have a lot of those in South Africa, and they've got the right mandate and the requisite skills. But we must pursue and use the powers that we've been given within our mandate and ensure that transparency and accountability with consequences is achieved for our people. So we can only do that by bringing our people, the auditees, with us and letting them know what these changes mean to them. It doesn't mean that we're coming to hunt them down like rabid dogs. But of course, if they are caught on the wrong side of the law, the audit office will not hesitate to use the instruments that has been given. Relevance is another way of ensuring that the challenges that we're going to face do not continue dogging the audit office, so to say. We need to work in a way that brings value to our clients so that when we come there, they're not focused on the changes to the Audit Act, but they're rather focused on the good value of work that the Auditor General's office is going to do, not only for the work that they're doing, but also for the society with which they are working for, through good public service delivery. And then, of course, policy and procedure must be there to help our own auditors within the office. We need to train them. How do you react? How do you behave? How do you carry yourself now that you have these powers? Auditors in the audit office are also human beings, eh? And we know that power corrupts. And absolute power absolutely corrupts. As they weigh and move around with this statute of Section 5, auditors should do it in a way that is respectful to the mandate and respectful to the people of South Africa, such that they themselves don't end up abusing it. That is as far as Section 5 is concerned. Now we have changes to Section 23, that is on the audit setting fee and the collection. Now, when I read this statute, honorable members, I feel in a way that this was a very cleverly written statute, because in a way it tries to bring in the National Treasury and makes it the guarantor in situations whereby the auditees cannot pay. But that is not enough, because the problem that arises is if the money is not there, it's not there. You're not going to get it. So what we need to do is we need to revisit the funding model of the AGSA. Yes, we can be billing our clients as we should, which of course will result in a debtor's book that rises, but we should also consider getting that grant from government, whereby we can follow up and do non-routine audits that are also going to be beneficial to our people, but solve the problem of hamstringing the audit institution, whereby it cannot do much because it has a huge debtors book. And mind you, the paying out of debtors is also done by human beings who look at it clearly and say, look, is it worth it? Which debtor should I prioritize? And if they don't believe in the work of the audit office, the Auditor-General's office will always be the last one to be paid. They'll pay the consultants, they'll pay everyone else, and the Auditor-General is the last one. So we need to do work as an audit office that makes those people proud of the work, and they say, look, whenever I see a debtor's line item with the Auditor-General's name in it, I need to pay it fast because I'm really getting value for this money. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll move over to Honorable Spies for her to please pose her question to yourself. So thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Shoko Lekuleni. Sir, throughout the day, through the interviewees and the panel members, there was consistently it was stated that the Office of the Auditor-General has definitely earned its stripes as being a credible and reputable Chapter 9 institutions, and consistently on other platforms also, it stands out. We also know that recently, or over the past year or more, that many state-owned enterprises find itself in quite a mess, and over and above the challenges that we are experiencing in the country, this is something that is high on the agenda. With this in mind, there is a position that the Office of the Auditor-General should be tasked to take care of, to take charge of all auditing of Schedule 2 state-owned enterprises. What is your particular view on this? Is this something that you would support or not? And if so, why would you not support it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spies. Can I allow you to please respond?
Thank you so much, and of course through you, Madam Chair. The Public Audit Act is very clear that the Auditor-General has a duty to audit these institutions. And I would like to believe that every time that we didn't audit them is because we took a strategic decision not to audit them. Now, as an Auditor-General, the first thing that you must do is to follow the statute that governs you. And if the statute says you must audit, then you must audit. And as such, I intend to uphold the statute. And the statute says I must audit, therefore I will audit. However, let's think about it practically. What really does hamstring the Auditor-General's office from performing some of these audits? The most immediate thing that comes to my mind is the question of capacity. The the technical capacity to actually do some of these probably very complex audits. So what we need to do as an audit office is to actually capacitate ourselves. Capacitate the audit office in a manner that when it approaches those audits, it approaches them in a way that is valuable to the people of South Africa. Relevance is what we are talking about. We have been trusted with a lot of independence by the people of South Africa, and we really need to use it for them so that they really enjoy it. When you look at state-owned enterprises in South Africa, they've really hit hard our economy. The bailouts, the failure in service delivery. The audit office needs to reinvent the way it approaches these audits. And one of the audits that we need to introduce is focused audits. These institutions are created to achieve a certain agenda for the people of South Africa as far as service delivery is concerned. And that agenda, of course, is to be meted out through a period of time. So what we need to do as the auditor office is to now think to say, the way we are looking at our state-owned enterprises, let us do a focus report on the way they are doing their work, their policies, their current financial status, their vision, and where they are going vis-a-vis the National Development Plan. And when we do that, we create focused audits that then inform not only those who are running the state organs, but also Parliament on the hurdles which we are to see as far as those institutions have to go. I could be wrong, but when I talk to my colleagues, I'm always being told that, you know what, Ed? This issue of Eskom and no electricity, bad thing, yes. But you know, Eskom actually knew 10 years ago that they actually needed to build power plants. Otherwise, in 2020, we'll be having these power cuts. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, but nothing happened. Now, imagine if the Auditor-General was to do such an audit, such a focused audit, which looks at a state-owned enterprise and gives, or rather indicates, the future hurdles that enterprise is going to face, give it to this committee of Parliament, and Parliament then talks to those enterprises to implement, or rather be aware of what is coming. We could avoid some of the future problems that are awaiting us. Now, with these focused audits, I do not think of something that is just coming from my mind as an imagination. I'm thinking of things that are being implemented by other supreme audit institutions in the world. When I draw inspiration from the UK and the USA National Audit Offices, in the UK, they actually did a focused audit on Brexit to say, if we go through with this Brexit, what are the hurdles that the country is going to face? And they gave it to the parliamentarians to deliberate and prepare the nation for those hurdles. Same thing with the United States. They sat down and they said, look, with all these squabbles that we're having with China, what is the impact on our fiscal regime in the future? And they did that focused audit and gave it to their people to deliberate and come up with means and ways to make sure that when the hurdles comes, they are prepared. And I think South Africa needs to start having such focused audits. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we'll have to go over to Honorable Mente for Honorable Mente to please raise the question. We are unable to. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, she is experiencing load shedding, and as such, she's unable to come in. Now we are going to give over to Honorable Mente for her to ask the question. Honorable Tipuo, you will be coming in and replacing Honorable Hlakute, please.
I thought it's after Honorable Mente, Chairperson. My apologies. Honorable, Mr. Lishoko, Mr. Shoko Likuleni. Once more, good evening, like I said earlier on. And like you would have heard, I'm standing in for Honorable Tlakude. Honorable, Mr. Candidate, the auditors are currently experiencing resistance and threats during audit periods, to an extent that due to the resistance of such auditees, the Auditor-General staged litigation in court. What will you do to mitigate such resistance? And I just want to add further to say to you, how will you ensure the safety and security of auditors? And in particular, in this instance, I would be also raising the safety and security of women auditors, especially in hostile environments, by auditees who are not satisfied with previous processes or who feel threatened by a potential outcome of an audit.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Mr. Shok, can you please respond, sir?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. After almost 2 decades of auditing, both in the private and public sector, I've actually grown a perception, a knowledge, and acceptance that some of the best auditors that I've ever worked with, some of the best auditors that have ever led me in audit, are female. And as such, to have those people being harassed and not being made available, especially for their skills in an audit, is a travesty. It's unacceptable, it shouldn't happen, and it will not happen any further. But let's look at the status quo of what's happening. When we're looking at the disputes within an audit, one of the finer details about an audit is communication. You talk to your client talks to you. The client listens to you, and you also listen to them. And as the findings are coming out, the findings should never be a secret to a client, to an auditee. Because we take the auditee along with us as we do the audit. As we do our audit procedures, we are communicating, saying, look, this is what we are seeing. Can you give us the audit evidence that supports us or that support whatever happened? So by the time you see an audit finding that is pushed to the level of a dispute, either you're bordering along the lines of criminality, or the relationship itself has failed and no one wants to listen to the other. I have worked in South Africa with many auditees and many accountants in the public sector, and I have realized that most of them, and a whole lot most of them, are good civil servants who want to do a good job for the people of South Africa. Yes, there is that portion which is terrible, which is bad. They are there, but most of them are actually good people. So I would like to encourage, and I would like to foster a culture of early warning and communication by the audit office with the auditees. No one should be caught by surprise of any finding. Why? Because every finding is going to be discussed stage by stage at every stage of the audit process with every review. And as we bring in senior auditors to look at these findings, they should be communicated well so that there are no flimsy disputes. And in the moment and the matter where we actually get a real dispute, that is when we need to look at ourselves at the audit office and say, okay, what options do we have? Are we now bordering along the lines of criminality because communication has failed? And the moment that is the case, I am very glad that the new Audit Act has given us the powers to respond in it in a remarkable way that will bring about change. But before you pull the trigger on that, Mr. Auditor General or Mrs. Auditor General, let us do audits that are relevant to the people. And when audits are relevant to the people, they will realize what these findings mean and how they affect South Africa negatively. And they will not dispute them if they are a matter of fact. We need to include and be very inclusive in the way that we're working, such that no one really feels left behind and no one feels like they're being attacked. And with such an approach, a consultative, inclusive approach, the consequences that we met out are consequences that are indeed expected to be meted out. Why? Because it will be a matter of fact, beyond reasonable doubt, that a crime or something very irregular has happened. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we now give over to Honorable Mente for her to please pose her question?
Thank you, Chair. Molo Tata. Siyabulela ngokubona.
Bonga mina.
You've just introduced, with your answers, you've just introduced, I think now, if I'm counting correctly, I've counted 4 different audits. And I think those audits will therefore mean a full scope audit of the Auditor-General in order to curb the leakages of our fiscals and stop corruption.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that if we were to follow the bailouts immediately, which will be the real-time audit, if we were to do performance audit, if we were to do compliance audit, and then this other audit, which is a specialized audit which looks into events, if we had undertaken to produce a report on ESCOM 10 years back through the AG. So I'm looking at all these audits and findings, and I see a full scope that will complement and safeguard our democracy.
Absolutely.
But truth is, that's not happening. Now here you are, you get an opportunity to be the Auditor-General. That is not happening. What do you think are the challenges and cause of that not happening, of these other audits you've mentioned, that they are not being undertaken? And how will you address those challenges in order to make sure that all these audits are undertaken and they don't hinder service delivery and they don't open a leakage in the fiscus, they also stop corruption altogether? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mente. Can you please respond to the question, sir?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The framework within which the Audit Office works. As a professional audit office, we perform what are called risk-based audits. So what it means is we focus on the risky areas within our country or within a particular entity that we are auditing. Knowing fully well that the resources that we have in our country are limited, they are limited at any time. So we know that as we approach it, we need to prioritize our audits. And the best way of prioritizing our audits is through risk, identifying where the real problems are and approaching it. Now, when you look at the focused audit, it's not to say that we're going to do a focused audit on every institution. No. We're going to do a focused audit where the risk or where the people's concern sits. And I will give an example. If I am to be appointed the Auditor-General of South Africa, oh, what a great honor it will be. One focused audit that I certainly believe the people of South Africa deserve is a focused audit on the impact of the money that we have been borrowing with the international financial institutions. The impact on our sovereignty, the impact on the future of South Africa as a debt-free nation. So that focus report is definitely required. That's a risky area for us. And it's approaching one of the 5 key problems that we have, and that is a looming debt crisis. So risk-based approach is what we do to make sure that we don't put too much pressure on the fiscus by trying to audit everything, which in itself is practically impossible. And even if it is achieved, I don't think we'll get that much value. So we are going to approach it on a risk-based process. Now, when you're looking at performance audit and compliance audit, these are also subject matter-driven audits. The law can be very broad, and we have so many statutes that we are working with. But we need to realize which aspect of the law is at risk as far as our PFM systems are concerned. And as Honorable Singh has already mentioned earlier, COVID and procurement are a risk area in South Africa. The president doesn't like what has been going on as far as corruption stories are concerned. I don't like what I've been hearing. I believe you don't like it either. And South Africa certainly doesn't like it. And as such, that is one key area that we're going to look at, the procurement laws as far as compliance audit is concerned. So it's not that every law is going to be looked at. No, no, no. Just the procurement laws. There are other laws, labor laws and so forth. Fair enough. But we don't feel maybe there's a risk there. And if there is, of course, it will be pursued. But right now, immediately, as I sit here, procurement is a problem in South Africa as far as COVID-19 is concerned. Now, with such audits, the most important thing is when you have audited, you must report. It's not enough to just audit. And when those reports are done, they must be brought to this august house. And great men and women such as you will deliberate upon them and decide for the people of South Africa what needs to be done. Now, the one thing that I believe we should change is the frequency of which our audit reports are coming out. So let's say I commission that a focus audit is done. The moment it is completed, that audit report should be tabled to Parliament. I must not wait for the consolidation of all the other audits that I've done so that I table everything once in a year. No. I really, really, really want to keep the parliamentarians busy. They look like a bunch that is ready to work very hard and they enjoy doing their work. We are still here in the wee hours of the day, and you're still efficient and as effective as ever. And I really salute you and applaud you for that. So we want to give you more of these reports so that you work harder, you work more, and you deliberate upon them, and the people of South Africa really find the value that they're getting from you as parliamentarians and, of course, their esteemed representatives. So the reporting is going to be more frequent. But basically my message is, if South Africa is going to move forward from where we are right now, Honorable Member, we need to change. We need to change how we're doing things. Yes, it's fabulous the way we're doing it now, but it's not perfect. There's room for it to change, and we owe it to our people. And that is where my passion lies. The people of South Africa, a very rich nation, very diverse nation, who deserve much, much more. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir. And now we're giving a chance to Honorable Buthelezi for him to please pose this question.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me start by dealing with the leadership qualities. I think there is no doubt about your accounting proficiency. I think the CV speaks for itself. But one of the things which I think is very important is the question of leadership to the institution. Can you share with the committee what you consider to be your strong points or your strongest points as far as leadership is concerned? And also share with us where was this called for, where you had to demonstrate these, what you consider to be your strong leadership qualities. But then let me follow up with this one. The reports of the Auditor-General that are tabled in Parliament are the compilation of the reports from the various business units of the Office of the Auditor-General. How do you ensure that those reports are credible and reliable and are of a highest standard? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi. Can I give over to you, Honorable Candidate, to please respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir. I'll create a scenario to address the matter of the credibility of audit reports. The audit reports that we do, or rather the work that happens behind them, is something that the people of South Africa rarely see. Because when we employ our methodologies, when we employ our tactics, risk-based approach, and all those wonderful things that we do, we never have the people watching us, and we don't do it in a televised way. It's something that we do as back office, and the people of South Africa, all they see is a report. And that report should evidence the quality and the credibility of everything that has been done. Lo and behold, we keep giving them these reports. Some of them are clean reports. Some of them are qualified reports. And yet, service delivery constraints and failures continue. So now the people are questioning, wait a minute, you've done this great report. I don't know how you did it, but you did it and you said, this is a clean report, but I still don't have electricity at my house. I still don't have a road to go to. My children came back and they told me that there are no textbooks at the school. So what is the value of this clean report that you give me? Or even this thing that you called is qualified or unqualified. Really, what does it mean? The credibility of the work of the Auditor-General should go beyond a technical report that people can read. It should be seen in the manner with which these reports actually address the day-to-day matters that our people are facing every day. If our children are not getting textbooks and they see a clean audit report, how can they understand that? How can they say that's credible? So what we need to do as an audit office, we need to bring the people back in and say, what are the service delivery problems that you're facing? We need to create a platform that allows them to communicate with us. The people of South Africa should not only be part of an audit report only at the end. We need to come up with a mechanism that takes them with us. And one of the key things that I mentioned earlier is we want a citizens app. An app whereby the people can actually send a message to the audit office and say, look, I stay in this district. There's a burst water pipe. It's been like this for 2 weeks. We have no water. And as we accumulate that, this is the world of big data now. We need to have analysts who analyze all that data And then they draw a cross-sectional line which clearly defines where the problems in service delivery in South Africa are. And from there, we then met out the subject matter audits that are going to address those problems. And indeed, if the people are having a problem with water supply, and we do an audit that literally interrogates, a performance audit, that literally interrogates the economy, effectiveness, and efficiency of how water service delivery is being delivered, they should be able, rather the audit office should be able to pick it up. And we should flag it in an audit report, which the people will actually appreciate. To say, I might not understand the technical part of how they did it, but they really picked up that I have a problem. And now it's been escalated to Parliament. And from then on, we get to fix these things for our people. So credibility is all about addressing the real issues that people are facing. And the more we fix those, the more our audits are going to be seen as valuable and acceptable. Now, why me? Why do I believe that I have the leadership skills that the people of South Africa want? There's something peculiar about leadership. In as much as in some cases it is ubiquitous, it is time-bound. There's a time lock. You can only have a leader for a certain time or a certain period. Now let's look at the period which our people are going through here in South Africa. Let's look at the period which the audit office itself of South Africa is going through. That will determine the kind of a leader that we want. I will effectively say we need a leader who is decisive, who makes decisions immediately for the people. We need a leader that is inclusive, a leader who goes with the people, who talks to the people, who listens to the people and responds to the people. The people of South Africa, the civil society organizations in South Africa, the auditees themselves, yes, they need to be heard. The Chapter 9 institutions that we work hand in glove with as the Auditor-General of South Africa, they need to be included. And lastly, we need a leader who's innovative. A leader who thinks about those focus reports, Madam Mente, that you questioned. A leader who talks about the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness through performance audit. A leader who goes back and says, did we comply with the law? And comes up with an innovative audit subject matter that addresses the matters that the people are concerned with as far as compliance is concerned. That's the kind of a leader that we want. But I want to talk about what I have achieved and the exploits that I have made. The Supreme Audit Institution of the future requires a leader who is multi-skilled and knowledgeable. Yes, it is very good for one to be a chartered accountant and have public sector knowledge and so forth. But that is not enough. With the fourth industrial revolution now here, the people of South Africa, they deserve an Auditor-General who is an organizational strategist. As a strategist myself, I have spent the last half-decade of my life giving strategic advice to auditors generals across Africa and the rest of the world. I have worked in countries, in auditor generals countries such as Rwanda, Kenya, Botswana, Fiji, Nigeria, Mauritius, just to mention a few. And I have worked with those auditor generals strategically, at a strategic level, on how they can bring value and benefits to their citizens through audit capacity building. And with the changes that we've made to the Public Audit Act, the Auditor General is now sort of like a quasi-arbiter in matters of legal jeopardy. Now we need an Auditor General who actually understands the law. And as a master of international law, I have spent countless hours reviewing, writing, and commenting on legal opinions within the public financial management space. For South Africa itself to claim its position as a leading democracy globally in matters of transparency and accountability, the people of South Africa deserve an Auditor General who has a lot of international experience and contacts. Having worked and interacted with like-minded international institutions over the course of my career, which has spanned through both private and the public sector, I have been accorded the opportunity to work and share speaking platforms with leaders from institutions such as financial leading institutions as the IMF, the World Bank, and the Global Fund. I have worked with them. I have gained expertise interacting with leaders from international auditing and accounting standard setting bodies, as I sit on those bodies also, deliberating what should the audit standards be saying, responding to the future that the audit world is facing. I have sat in those committees, and I still sit in those committees where I give my penny for a thought. And we come up with audit standards that the people, the other auditors and other accountants are actually employing.
If you can sum up, please, Mr. Malu. If you can, please, we have a threat of load shedding. My humble apologies, please. We will have lies, but we won't have recordings, which will create problems for us. I'm not rushing you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please forgive me. But if you can, please round up.
Thank you, Madam. The people of South Africa deserve an Auditor General who is a skilled negotiator and a diplomat. As the active members of those inter-SAI audit standarding working groups and a capacity builder of 26 Auditor Generals across Africa, I have mastered the art of negotiation and diplomacy for mutual benefit. I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, we really want to apologize for really make you to come to the conclusion. And now, honorable members, I guess I'm not going to give anyone now, unless there's a pressing question that you think we might not be able to conclude this process if you didn't ask that question. Honorable Morelong?
No, there's one more question, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. More often than not, stakeholder demands and interests clash with values, ethics, and principles of corporate governance and standards. How have you previously dealt with issues of integrity, issues of ethics, and issues of principles of good governance? But even more importantly, one of the key responsibilities of the Auditor General is stakeholder management. Now, inevitably, you will engage with stakeholders that are more demanding. How are you going to deal with unreasonable demands from unreasonable stakeholders? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Morelong. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you, Honorable Morel. I have dealt with them in a manner that is decisive, inclusive, and innovative. Decisive in the sense that what is wrong, and we will not compromise. Inclusive in the sense that it's not for me to have a strong head whenever someone begs to differ or someone comes with an approach that does not resonate with what I believe in. As an auditor, I have been trained to listen to my auditees, and as such, I have learned the art of listening. Just a few minutes before, I was mentioning that the audit office requires a leader who is a skilled negotiator and a diplomat. And through the works that I have done, I have garnered enough skills to negotiate and be a diplomat in a manner that whenever there's a dispute, I'm able to talk inclusively, bring out the real issues as they are, and come up with the way forward and a decision. That is how I have dealt with matters. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Mente, you want to come back? Are you fine? Thank you very much. If Honorable Mente is fine with the question, we are concluding the process, Honorable Sir. We want to take this opportunity to thank you for having raised your hand in wanting to serve the nation. Thank you very much. As the process has started, we will come back to you, our officers will come back to you to give you the outcome of this process. Otherwise, we really appreciate the contribution you made, the views you put forward. Thank you so much. Travel safe home.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I thank you so much for the kind words that you have given, but I do have one question that is burning within me, which I just want to raise for this very hard-working committee, just before we go home, if it's okay.
You can ask the question, sir.
Madam Chair, you can abrogate this question to any of your colleagues. My question is on the question of the independence of the Auditor-General. How paramount is it to this committee when they are selecting the next Auditor-General as far as their independence is concerned in meeting their duties?
Thank you so much for the question, sir. We want to assure you, as the committee, we are going to do our best to make sure that we satisfy all the legal angles as well as the expectation. We are building from the legality that has been left by all other auditors that came in before us and all other honorable members. This is one office that we have got a lot of credibility.
Yes.
And even the process that we have followed, we were very transparent. We allowed the public to have a say, and we entertain the questions that they put before us. So in that way, we really want to assure you that we will do our best to make sure that the Office of the Auditor-General is the most office that will really live up to its independence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get so much confidence. But before I go, there's a request that I would like to make to this committee.
Please.
On matters of independence. When we look at the changes to the Public Audit Act, there's something that has been introduced that we're all very excited about. It's very important. We like it, we love it. We want to work with it towards consequences. Now, this change in the Public Audit Act has literally made the Auditor-General, or rather the next Auditor-General who's going to be using this act, sort of like a quasi-arbiter, someone who treads not only just on matters of transparency and accountability, but is actually now expected to address matters of legal jeopardy. Now, my request is, in the event that you nominate the next person to be the Auditor-General, would this committee be so kind as to write clearly to the people of South Africa how they have satisfied, how you would have satisfied yourself that the next Auditor-General is someone who has a legal mind that is independent to actually address the aspect of the Public Audit Act that requires them to be of a legal understanding, Madam.
Just trust us. I will just say trust us. Please trust us, we will do our best. We have started already with the wisdom that comes from these honorable members is quite vast. We are treading very carefully in also wanting to produce an outcome that will be acceptable to all South Africans.
Yes.
So that's our quest as this committee. We are coming with a lot of experience, a lot of skills. Some of us have been interviewing judges. That's the kind of experience that we have brought into this committee.
Excellent.
Rest assured, sir, we will make you proud, even if you are seated at home.
Yes.
When we present that report in Parliament, you will feel proud of us. Thank you so much. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Have a pleasant evening.
Honorable members, before Sishwe is banned, can we... You can take us a woman. Can we talk between ourselves just to articulate on what is going to be the way forward from this extensive exercise that we've just embarked on? I know within a minute we'll be out of records. Our guys will assist us in making sure that whatever becomes the decision will be recorded. Because we have agreed that we will give time to other offices that we gave responsibility to make sure that we do receive that feedback, so that by the time we conclude, that information must be with us. We also requested that for people who had some allegations against them, we have agreed that the relevant office like the SIU will request them to give us the evidence on what the gentleman was saying, Mr. Sass, when he said he went to SIU and they've cleared him. We would want to have that information before us. So, honorable members, we also have agreed that we might be late by only 1 week, but we'll make sure that we'll meet our time frames. We also want to appeal to our guys to make sure that they speak to people that we're expecting reports from, because they are the people who will make sure that we know when to meet and why we should meet. So for now, we can call it a day and await from the administrators to indicate to us, of course, considering the timelines that we've put for ourselves, but also make sure that all the reports that are outstanding are with us by the time we meet. Of course, we will not be able to meet the way we have met today. It was quite a very good idea to have been able to meet this way. We have really taken a chance, but I hope no one will be affected. Unless honorable member would want to say something before we close. Otherwise, it has been a very good exercise, quite extensive, but very swift. I want to thank honorable members. I was quite afraid when I started this. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but you made my work very easy. Thank you very much. I can now call upon those judges. I'm ready now. They must come here. Honorable Morilong, Honorable Gutelezi.
Chair, are you suggesting that when we reconvene, we will not do that physically? Okay.
Unless you want to motivate something, otherwise it's not allowed. Remember, we still are within the regulations under disaster, Honorable Morilong. I know you guys, the young guys, really want to take chances, but there are other lives here, Honorable Morilong. There are other lives here. Honorable Bucheles.
No, Chairperson, I think would also like to thank you for the way you have handled today's sessions and other sessions before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to complain about Honorable Morilong. Where can I come? He said I must stop my man here when he was giving a long lecture. When I stopped him, he comes in with his own question now. Now I needed to be smart and put it very nice. He's jealous because I wasn't sure what was going to come out at the end with this experience.
You were smitten, Chairperson. You were smitten.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Then our meeting is closed. Thank you very much to our backup team. We have done very well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. The meeting is closed.